Hello, welcome to dApp Mentors. I'm so glad to see you today. So we are continuing our tutorial series, on the Bitfinity sponsored challenge. Okay, so get ready because this is another tutorial for you. We spent time, we put diligence and hard work in bringing these tutorials to this extent that it is. Just know that a lot of time was put into producing these items for you, okay, so that it will boost your productivity, understanding, and how to structure your project when you're building, for the blockchain, building with smart contract, Web3 applications, and so on. So in today's tutorials, we want to build a tutorial on house rental marketplace. Okay, that's what we want to do, such as AirBnb clone. Okay, but the wisdom of the smart contract is what really powers and makes the application really unique. You should know that. So because I think I've seen quite a lot of Airbnb clone around and all of that, but the wisdom behind the development of the smart contract, please pay attention to this, is what really makes the difference. Okay, so this was built fully on the smart contract and all of that. It's fantastic, it looks good. We have the card system working, the interface looks great and all of that. So like the previous tutorial you just watched, the first module, we're not going to produce the front end, like you and I coding it together, because that whole process, I've gone through it a lot and I know that it takes a lot of time. The interface development takes a lot of time, and so it will expand and make the whole tutorial very lengthy. So we don't want super lengthy tutorial, so that's why we're breaking things down and making this and chunkifying it so that it will be easier for you to follow. So because of that, I have specifically placed a branch in the project. It's on GitHub right now. All these projects are free on GitHub, that you can get it there. So I've specifically, created a branch which you can start from. This branch only features the front-end development. That means the HTML part, the tailwind part, you understand, and some dummy data that we just use to dynamically just fill it up. Okay, so that is what it is based on. All right, so this tutorial was developed using Next.js. Okay, we're harnessing the power of Next.js and React, to make this, really smooth and clean, a component-driven approach. We also are using Tailwind, like I've mentioned before, to make the beautification, okay, which is very cool because you can just copy and paste these things and you don't need to do much of a setup because it's Tailwind. Okay, so we're using barebone JavaScript to work on this project. We're not using TypeScript for this particular one, okay? So many of you will appreciate this. I think this is cool because some people may feel like, oh, I'm not very vast with TypeScript. This could be a very good starting point for you, but TypeScript, is speedily becoming, a very essential component, for your web development, mobile development, whatever development, because of the, the structure and the type, interfaces that it provides. So with that said, we're also using Redux. Very important, Redux for this development. It helps to make things, compact, share data space, and navigate things between components. It's a lot easy, and I'm using Redux Toolkit, so it's one of the best, the latest and the best in the whole Redux development family. All right, so and of course we're using Solidity for the smart contract development. So these are all the stacks that we're using in crafting this tutorial for you today. So I hope you enjoy it, you like it, and if you do, please help us hit that like and subscribe button for more updates like this, for more tutorials like this, so we know that you really appreciate our work. That will really mean a lot to us. So please hit that like and subscribe button. And don't forget to check out, dApp Mentors Academy. We have a ton of content there. And please do not forget, we have an ongoing challenge that is going side by side with these, tutorials that I'm launching. And do not forget to check it out. Please to check it out, because that is where you win, books, subscription packages such as 1 month or 3 month subscription to our dApp Mentors Academy platform, where you can have access to courses worth over 200 USD, courses worth over 300 USD, and so on. There's so much of them, there, NFT marketplace, NFT, NFT minting, and so many of those Web3 development stacks courses there. So this is the opportunity to win, and don't miss them out. Okay, don't miss out. All right, so with that said, we're going to jump into the meat of this tutorial. I will show you the table of contents and what we're going to be covering in this course, and then we'll hit the development desk, and then we'll finish this tutorial. So I'll see you in the tutorial. All right, so this is the table of content for this course. The first thing I will be doing is the introduction, which we have already done. All right, I've shown you what this tutorial entails. Okay, so it's done, and this table of content, this is where we are. I'm showing you everything that has to do with this. And for the first part, after this explanation, we'll go for demo, the demonstration of this application, how it works, so that you can see the various aspects of this course, of the project that we're building. Okay, you will see the, what's it called again? You see how different cards, how to book, and how to see the bookings and all of those things then. So on the next part of this project, we're going to discuss, I'm going to show you the architecture of this system. Okay, so you see a diagram of it, how every component, cooperate with each other to form the entire, project. Okay, so this will be very instrumental for academic people, because if you're using this sort of project for your project in school, okay, then you will need some architecture. So this can provide you with some insight on how to put together the architecture of this system. So this is the toolbox. The toolbox is basically the things that you're going to need to be part of this tutorial. So I'm going to show you all of them. Of course, you're going to need Node.js, you're going to need Git bash, you're going to need a lot of things, VS Code, the terminal, and all of that set up together. So this is the project setup. In this part, I'm going to show you how to set up the project. Remember, I briefly mentioned that you won't need to set up everything from scratch. So you will need to rely on a branch that I've already created specifically for this. Okay, that branch contains the interface of this project, just the interface, no serious stuff, just dummy data and interface. So we're going to need that put together. Okay, then on the next part, we're going to start discussing the project structure, because I would like to brief you down on what each folder means, what each component means, so that you will get all leveled up. Okay, so please, this tutorial requires that you have some understanding on React. You understand? That will really help you out here. Okay, so some understanding on React, how React works, we give you a very speedy comprehension rate in this tutorial here. So I'll discuss the project structure for you, and once you get the project structure, you are on board for development. So next step is for us to jump into the development phase, and we'll start coding various components. We'll code the smart contract, code the Redux, we'll code that, we'll hook all everything together, and then you see the beauty of combining these various powerhouses of development tools. And then of course at the end we conclude this course, and that is just what it is about this particular table of content. So with that, let us jump into the demonstration of this project. All right, so this is how the application works. Okay, this is just dummy data, but they are from the blockchain, of course. So they are currently hosted on hard hat right now. So this is how it looks. This is various apartments that have been listed. Okay, this design took some time to package it in a very fantastic way this way. So let's look at one of these apartments, and this is how one of the apartment looks like. You can check another apartment like this one. Okay, this one looks like this, clean interface. So you have this, a dummy description and all of that. All right, so because I'm the owner of this particular wallet is the owner of this apartment, so it has the ability to edit and delete, an apartment. Okay, so let's sign in with a different person's account, so that we can do something such as let's enter here. Please always make sure that you ensure that you clear the norms, because I'm testing this on the local host, not on the live server. So I'm going to have to reset the activities of that wallet before I can perform some transactions on it. So let me come here, and in this place, you see that since I'm not the owner of this particular one, let me connect. Make sure I connect this. Okay, since I'm not the owner, this is not here, and we can check how many bookings this has. So these are the people that are booked already. So we're just doing a dummy thing, but right now let me actually book. Of course, this is the finished version of the work, and it can be hosted right now. So you can select this, you can see the dates that are available. You can decide to book next year, let's say from the 9th of next year to 2 days booking, so 2.3 times 2 plus a security fee. We added this, so let me click on book right now, and you see how this is prompted. So this is the amount of money, okay, 4.83, okay, 4.83. So we added an extra stuff. When I'm developing the smart contract, you're going to see how all these things come into play. So let's get it together. So you click on confirm, and you can see apartment has been booked. And when you come here, you can see that this is when is that? Okay, okay. See the days that I've booked. This is 9th of January. See, I booked this day and I booked this day as well. So this is my account. I could ask for a refund, or I could ask for check-in. You see, one of the things that we did, I could check in here to verify that I entered, and of course I have to click this check-in before the homeowner should allow me in. So one of the things that, okay, because you shouldn't check in until the day that you're supposed to check in, but I believe that you can click check-in and confirm, and you can see that you checked in into that particular day. So but you shouldn't do this until the day that you actually check in. And you can click on refund as well here, and you see that this one is cancelled and this one is checked in. So we can make a little variation of the color. So these are the kind of things, and if anyone booked here, you see that the status will be booked. So this is how, and each time that you check in, the amount of money is released to the homeowner. You understand? There's just so many cool stuff here that is taking place, and we're going to see it in the development process of this application. So, but this is how it is. And for people that have checked in, like for me here, that I've checked in into this, I will have the ability to drop a review. Okay, I could drop any review and say, nice home, absolutely, coming back again. Okay, so it's only people that have actually checked in into that apartment that can drop a comment, and you can see this is one comment that has been dropped here. So these are the kind of things that this application features: a decentralized house rental system, Airbnb clone. Okay, so let's jump into the architectural aspect of this course, and let me show you how the intricate aspects they operate, under the hood. Okay, so this is the architecture of this system. We have a homeowner here, which we require to be authenticated by MetaMask. And once that authentication is approved or passed, then this homeowner has to, create the apartment by filling up the information that, is required, the parameters of an apartment. And in creating it, there'll be an activation of a function which handles the creation of an apartment. Okay, so that function is within these two. This is within this function or this one. So we have apartment booking, but these two functions, they serve the same purpose. Not exactly the same, but they are in one smart contract. That is to say, they are inside a smart contract. So once an apartment is created, people can come and book, online tenants. They book on the unique days that they want to be, and they want to check in, so they have to check in within those days. So they book apartment of those days, and once it is booked and recorded in the smart contract, this same data will then be available within the booking record of that apartment. So that apartment, when you check the booking record of that apartment, you find the list of people that are booked and their prices. So all of these things, all of this action, you have to interact with it using, the smart contract. So there will be contract interaction to enable this. So everything will be read from or written into the smart contract. And the data of the smart contract is basically stored in the blockchain itself. And within the front end, you can have access to all the information that pertains to that smart contract, the apartment, number of people that have booked, the status of it, payment distributions, and all of that are handled, by the smart contract, but you interact with it from the front end. So that is the architecture design for this simple system. All right, so these are the toolbox that you need to have to build with us in this application, okay? One of these is Node.js. You can get Node.js. I will recommend that you get this version 20 and have it well installed on your computer. Okay, depending on your operating system, install the one that is unique to your operating system. And once you do that, you can of course confirm. Let me open my terminal. By running node-v, will show you the version. This is the version I'm using, version 18. But provided that this version 20 is now stable, it works just fine as well. So you will need VS Code, okay? VS Code is well integrated for this thing that we're doing. We have all the various components linked together in just one editor. So we need that, okay? VS Code is great for it. You have Yarn, you have Git Bash, you have, all the components well packaged together. That is what I use for all my development. So I will truly recommend that you use it. Okay, so you download it for your unique operating system as well. We have Git Bash. Git Bash is pretty important because you cannot work with this project if you don't have Git Bash. You need Git Bash to be able to run all this command that has to do with Git, committing, cloning, and so on. And we need to clone this application. We need to clone it from the branch, and also we need to navigate to that unique branch. Okay, so it's version control, and it helps a lot for managing a project, status quo. And please don't forget to drop a star on this project, okay? It will be really great to have you star this project. As many of you that is watching this video, please take a moment to star this project, okay, that I'm about to show you. All right, so this is Yarn. Yarn is very important. All the commands that will run node management system and all of that will be carried out by Yarn. All right, if you have Git Bash and Yarn installed, of course you have to download Git Bash, the one that you want, Mac or Windows, okay? and yarn as well. You install yarn by running npm install -- global yarn, and once you have that, you can run this command to verify. So let's verify the both of them. So we say yarn -- version. It gives us, this is the version of yarn that we're using. And if we do git -v, okay, or git -- version, okay, you see that this is the version of git bash that we're using. Okay, so these are the various components that you're going to need. And lastly, this is the project itself. You see, this project, I've taken my time to document it properly and make it a lot easy for you to even install. All right, so all the project that we're releasing, I took my time to document it properly, so you won't have problem if you follow the instructions that are written in there. So that is what we're going to be doing in this process. So this is the project, and this is the branch that we want to work with. Okay, this is the main branch. This branch called no Redux branch is where we're going to start from, because we don't want Redux install. We're just going to start with no Redux branch. You understand? So with that said, and this is the last component, the last tool that you need to be able to run this. This is already configured with JS, all of those packages. You really don't need to do anything anymore. All you just need to continue with us in this project. You understand? We did it like this so that it will be easy for everyone to just follow along and not have issues with all these, various dependencies, issues, and all of that. You just follow. You have access to the exact version of packages that we use, and not some newer version and then it crashes the project. Everything, if you work it and install it the way it should, work just fine. All right, so with that said, in the next part of this project, we're going to now set up this project on your machine. You understand? We'll set it up together and we run and test it to see that everything works. So I'll see you in the next part of this video. All right, to proceed with us in this tutorial, let us have this project set up on your local machine. All right, so what you need to do, if you've had the previous toolboxes that I mentioned, you have them in your computer, what you need to do now is to open your terminal or open a folder like your working directory. Like this is my working directory. This is where I have all my projects for packaged together. So I'm going to show the enclosing folder here, which is this site, and I'm going to open it on the terminal. All right, so now I have this project open on the terminal. I have to copy this URL, for this project is .bmbx. You come here and run git clone, and then you paste that .bmbx, and then you can give it a unique alias. So say .bnb YT for YouTube. Okay, so you clone that, and all of those packages will be downloaded into your machine. And sometimes this takes a little bit of a time, so I'm going to pause this video, and once it is done, I'll come back. So you can see that we have all this thing, it's now on our computer. So how you do, you need to cd into it. So it says cd into dApp BNB YT. Okay, so I'm in there now. I want to open it on VS Code. I just run this command code dot. So if you have VS Code installed, I believe that this should work for you, but if it doesn't, you just need a couple of extra steps. You just Google how to open VS Code from the terminal and it will work. So this is it. Here we have it. We can close from here now. So this is the main branch, and this is exactly where we want to be, because we want to install all these packages first. You get this? I want to install all these packages. These are the packages that we use to develop this. So after we're done installing it, then we can move to the branch that we need to work with, because you see, Node modules is not part of the version control system, so it's often ignored. So therefore, want to have all those things together. To get it together, you just need to run yarn install. When you run yarn install, it's going to install all the packages there, and before you know, see the node modules are there. So the reason why mine is very fast is because I've been developing and most of those packages has already been cached, so it shouldn't take a lot of time to package this whole thing together, and we're ready to move. So you can see my application is just about ready for utilization. So it's done installing the package. So the next thing you want to do is, if you see, we have various branches here. Let me come back here, click on this. Look, we have this fake data branch, we have this no Redux branch. This is exactly the branch that we want to be at. So to get there, you need to do git check out, you do no underscore Redux. And now we are on that particular branch, that is the branch that we are. And that branch doesn't have some things, it just has some basic, data. So if I just run yarn dev, it will, start spin up and then be able to throw up some fake stuff for me, generated stuff for me. So let me show you this. Let's go to localhost 300. Okay, this is okay, it compiles, but then we have some problem. Okay, the problem is that we needed to have our let me close this, end this for now. Let me show you this. We needed to have our environment variable set up. If you come to this place here, you see that this project depends on these environment variables here. So I'm going to copy it, come here, let's just do code.env, so to open it on this view. You can see that I don't have anything there. I'm going to paste this. These are just the basic things that I need, but this is not all I need. I'm going to need this wallet, this address, this IDs. Okay, the first one, if you come to the project, the first one you can get it from Alchemy. All right, you get it from Alchemy. So I'm going to copy this link, come to Alchemy, the dashboard of Alchemy. If you're not signed up with Alchemy, you need to sign up, and once you sign up, then you can have access to their dashboard. Okay, I've created a dummy project. Okay, I'm going to use the dummy project ID for this particular one. So you can see a demo here, and I'm going to look at the API key. You see this key here, this is what I'm using. Copy that, come here and replace it for Alchemy project ID. Okay, and then you come here again. There is another one that you need to do, which is the wallet connect. This is responsible for the wallet connection, okay, that you're going to be using in this application. So you need to get the project ID as well from here. So you come here, visit there. If you're not signed in before, sign in, and then grab yourself an ID. Okay, so we can use this white, the one that is for YouTube. Okay, which you can just copy this project ID, or I think I should just use this demo. Okay, so I could copy this. When it is copied, I come to the project and replace this with this. Save that. Now run yarn dev. Okay, so these are important for this application to function. Okay, so this has been compiled successfully, and we can see dummy data being displayed. Everything seemed to be working just fine. So that is it about the project setup. All right, let me explain the structure of this project for you so that you'll be in tune with what we're doing here. I'm going to move this. I'm going to change this branch to the main one just for a moment, because it's better I show you from the finished form of it. So this thing about .husky and .next, just leave it alone. It's really none of your business. These are just self-managed package.json folders that are being created. Okay, so artifact is a hard hat generated folder. Within, you don't need to do anything about this folder. This folder is managed by hard hat itself. When you deploy a smart contract onto the blockchain, whether local blockchain or online, which is testnet or mainnet blockchains. All right, so it has information about the smart contract, the ABIs, and all of the essential information about it. Okay, this cache is also a generated folder from Hadat, and it basically just tells you information about the compiler that has been downloaded, because when you first run yarn deploy or compile, it basically we download a specific smart contract, a specific version of the compiler, the Solidity compiler, which in this case is version 0.8.19. okay, so that is what it does, and this is where it is cached. Okay, the information about it. This component folder has information about the various parts of our program, our software. Okay, so the header, you can see we have the header here. Here's the header. You see header, you see footer, you see different aspects, the button, connect, the cards, and the calendar, different aspects of the the website or the web, the dApp. You understand? These are the components that makes for it. Okay, this is a contract folder. It basically holds our smart contract and the generated address of the contract. Okay, because this is the address of the contract, we needed to store it in a place where we can easily retrieve it and use it for our interactions and purposes that are specific to our application. This node module, you know what it is. This is where all the packages that are listed here, that is where all of them are stored, and it's not listed on GitHub. Okay, so because it's too heavy and you can't put it there on GitHub. And here is the page. This page contains all the necessary pages, like this is the home page where this is the specific room page. This page is for editing a room information or an apartment information. This ad is used for creating a new apartment and listing it on the platform. And these bookings shows you information about number of bookings that have happened per apartment. You understand? So that is all that you need to know about this. This is just an API backend, and it basically just have information for verifying the connectivity of a wallet address, and I'm going to show you later on how it works. This is public folder. You don't need to touch it, just leave it alone. Leave this screenshot alone. This script folder is a folder where you perform deployment. All right, the deployment script, this is a script that enables you to put the smart contract on the blockchain. So this script will execute that whole command for you. The way we structured it, it deploys the smart contract and then it saves the contract address, and that is it. So that is what the purpose of this particular script is all about. We also have this seed. This seed is another script that enables us to generate some fake information, some dummy data that we can display on the interface. So that is what that seed script runs for us, and it's all managed by Hadat as well. The services folder contains two services. One is the blockchain service that helps us to interact with our smart contract on the net. You get. So, and then this other one, this provider, is another script that helps us to interact with the wallet provider. So we're using Rainbow Kit. So we've made it a service which you can just plug in and into your application, and it's good to go. All right. You have the store. The store is basically another form of a service, but it's Redux, where we manage centralized data. You understand? So it has actions, states, global slices, and all of those things. I'm going to show you how to configure all these things, okay? So you don't need to worry about this. So I'm just showing that this is where our central data are being stored, that is being retrieved from the blockchain. You put it inside of this store, and you keep going. Styles, just forget about this. We don't make use of this. Like, it is used in a way, but it really doesn't. You wouldn't even touch it in this whole tutorial. Okay, so this test folder will contain information about all the tests that we have in this platform, and it is also managed by Haddad. So all the tests that we're going to run on this platform are going to be captured here. So we'll test out every aspect and functions of a smart contract using this test script right here. So it's going to be part of this. All right, so probably the scripts and the test aspect is going to be on dApp Mentors Academy and for free, so you can watch it there, because I don't want to add it up here and bloat up the entire tutorial timeline. So that is what I'm going to tell you about it. Lastly, for the folder we have this utils. The utils has one fake data, which is what we use in generating data in our platform, and we also have this helper, which is just some helper functions that helps us to we use it to transform information, transform data into a much more better format that we want to represent it on the interface. All right, so with that, this is just Haddad configuration script that will help us to instruct Haddad how we intend on deploying, managing, scripting, and doing all the whole necessary things on this platform. So the rest of this is just some configurations that you don't need to bother yourself so much, but this is how it works. You understand? This script here is responsible for is a Next.js script, and the only thing we have here is just instructing Next.js that every images on this platform should come from the HTTPS protocol, and they can come from anywhere on the web. You understand? Because I found out that some platform, some Next.js to a certain extent restricts and limits you from using images other than the one coming from itself. So for you to be able to list images that are coming from other domain, you have to put this thing here. Okay, this is post CSS script. This is just a Tailwind configuration script, including this one. So these they work together. This is for post CSS, basically all this what's it called, this SARS, you understand, and some SARS related CSS codes. It helps to structure it together with Tailwind. Okay, so and this is just a Tailwind configuration to instruct Tailwind of where content are coming from, both in JavaScript, the pages, and in the component. So it knows exactly where to look out for and the kind of file format that you should be looking out for, so that it can compile correctly. So basically this is it. There is no much of a big deal about this. So this is all it is, and in the next part of this video I'm going to start coding, you understand, and we'll code from the establishing Redux store, configuring Redux and all that before we start developing the smart contract and testing it, scripting it, and then integrating it together. So that is what we're going to be doing in the next part of this video. So I'm going to switch back now to my no Redux, my no Redux branch, and inside of this no Redux branch I'm going to create a new branch out of it. Okay, so you can decide to use a terminal or this, using a terminal. I just need to do git git branch, and then you give it the name of a branch, say YT for YouTube starter. Okay, so we now have a branch like that, and if you click here you can see this YT YouTube starter. You can decide to do git checkout YT starter, and you're going to be navigated to that particular branch, and that is a branch that we are now, because this is a branch that we want to start from. So this is great. Now that you're on the same page with me, let's jump into the next part of this video. So please, for you to start out this part, you should understand that we have all the packages that we're going to need installed on this particular project. So when you did yarn install, you installed the entire thing here, and part of the things you installed was React, Redux, and Redux Toolkit, which are the things, the component that we're using to prepare our Redux store. Okay, so you don't need to install any other thing. We'll come to the root of this project, right click and create a new folder, call it store. All right, store. And I do this for all the first tutorial that makes up this series. All of them follow this sequence. So if you've watched it before, it's basically going to follow the same flow, you understand? So it has this folder called store, and inside of the folder, I'm going to create two other folders, one called states and the other called actions. Okay, the states are going to hold they are like the container where all my data will be stored. Meanwhile, the actions are like the executor. They will help you to change, make modification upon the data that is stored in the container. So that is just what it is. Think about it like data and the hand. The action is the hands that performs various activities upon the data in the container at your will whenever you want. So we're going to set it up in that way. So inside of this state, I'm going to create a file, call it global states.ts TypeScript. Sorry, not going to be TS, JS, because we're working with JavaScript in this particular one. So the one of JavaScript is even more simple, you understand, in comparison to the one of TypeScript, because TypeScript will require me, adding types, and interfaces and all of that, but you don't need all of that in this one. You can use just JavaScript. And for those that are having issues with, maybe if they have issue, which I doubt, but of course I shouldn't doubt, use this JavaScript method and you'll be fine as well. All right, so I'm going to export a constant named global state, and the name must be the same with the name of the file. Okay, so in this export that I'm doing, I'm going to create this is an object basically, so I'm going to add some values here. So the values that I'm adding, the key and the value, an apartment should hold is an array that holds information about all the apartments that have been listed on this platform. So once we retrieve it from the blockchain, we're going to be adding it here. And then we have apartment, which is a singular form of it, is going to be by default a null. It's going to be object later on, but null by default. We have reviews. Reviews are all the comments that are going to be dropped concerning a specific apartment that have been listed. For someone that have booked it before, checked in, and used it and all of that, you can drop comments, which is a review concerning how you felt about that apartment when you entered in. So that is what review is all about. So review mode is because for you to write your review, there is a form that you need to be that is provided for you. That form is in a modal. So we use this key to toggle this form up and off and on. So you don't see it when it is scaled to 0, but then again you see it when it is scaled to 100. So that is what we have this thing for. We have security fee. Security fee is very important, a concept that I integrated into the smart contract. What security fee is all about is, some people make because there is the feature, there is the provision for you to ask for refund in case you make a booking and you don't want to use it again and you want to ask for refund. So each booking is coming with a security fee, because when you book an apartment and you ask for a refund, so that security fee will ensure that the homeowner is left with something even after refund has been processed. So for example, if I say 5% of whatever you want to use for booking this apartment belongs to the homeowner. So when you book an apartment, okay, and then you check into it, that security fee is refunded back to you. So if you mean business, you're going to get that money back. It doesn't get lost. But if you're playing around, that portion of it is going to go to the homeowner so that, the platform will continue running and you won't waste other people's time. So that is a concept that I injected into the smart contract, to enhance its applicability to real life use cases. So now this is bookings, which we hold information about all the bookings that have happened in this platform. We have a single booking, and timestamps. Timestamps basically, it's gonna make a lot of sense later, but timestamps are all the timestamps that people have already booked. So those slots should not be available again for people to book so that it will not be double booked. So for each apartment, they have been booking. So others that have booked that place, that space is reserved and you don't want it to be used by another person. So that is why we have that timestamp array. So that is all about this particular state. So in what we need to do now is the actions, okay? The actions, I call them global actions. Create a new file here, call it global actions.js. Inside this global action, we're going to export a constant still called by its name, global action, and want to say set apartment. Okay, we want to set apartment is that object, an object has key and value. The value is actually a fat arrow function. All right, so this fat arrow function for Redux, it takes two parameters, which is the state and the action that you're trying to mutate. Okay, so we want to access the data called apartment. Okay, so the apartment, that is what we are mutating, and we're mutating it with this action, dot payload. Payload is the value that is being passed along the action. All of this is going to make sense to you later, but when I'm updating this value, I send some information inside this, part of the code called payload. So that payload, I use it to update this. So that is just what is happening there. So I'm going to just do the same for the rest of the for the rest of these, because I will only do for the first one. So I'm going to do for the rest of the states there. So here we go. Apartment, singular, reviews, all of them are just following the same algorithm. All right, so with that saved, there's two more files that we need to create for this store. All right, so we're going to call this one global slices.js. So the global slices bundles the actions and the state together, make it available for our store configuration scripts. So what I mean by that is we're going to export a constant called global slices, and then we're going to use create slices. Create slices coming from Redux toolkit. Okay, this enables us to create a slice. Okay, so a slice is like a unit of, a store, a department of a store. In a store, you have various units, various places. So let's say a unit for managing users. So anything about user, we go, you can call our user slice. If you have an e-commerce site, okay, you have another unit for managing product. So anything any data relating to product will be in the product slice. So that is what this slice is about. That is just a glimpse of it. All right, so the slice must have a name. We'll call this global. Okay, because we only have one. That's why we're just giving it a generic name. All right, if you're building a much more robust application, then you have to be specific with the name, with the naming convention. So we only have one, and we're gonna make use of one. That's why we're doing this. It needs an initial state. An initial state is going to, of course, reference back to that global, state. That global state. That is where it's going to reference back. Okay, but we need to import this global state. It's not giving us suggestion right now, but this is how you import it. Say import from, we have state / global state. So what we're importing here is global state. Great, copy that and paste it here. So this is what you're importing. All right, so you also want to import the reducer, which is what is called those actions. So you want to import global actions. All right, so we have those two things there. And after this, you want to come here and export defaultly this global action. This global slice. This global slice is .reducer. The reducer, basically this is it. So you want to export it by default, but you want to also export something else. You want to export the actions as well. So you want to say export const global actions is equal to this global slice dot actions. Okay, so but this is going to flag an error. In fact, if I was using TypeScript, this would have already flagged an error. The reason why is this is the name of an import. Okay, you cannot come back here and redefine that, as an export. You see that it's a confliction. All right, so there was a resolute way I resolved this here by making sure that these items become an alias. Okay, so for example, this is a major corporate here, so I'll say as this global action should become, not global action this way, but a capital letter, you understand? And just to make things a lot more, unanimous, okay, I actually did the same for this global state and this global action. So with this now, this is well structured and this is how it should appear. All right, so this provides us with an exportable unit of, a bundling of the action of global state and a bundling of an action of the states. You understand? The states, global state and global action bundled together is where slices comes in. Slices is used to bundle global actions and states together and make it available for the store configuration. Now the next thing we want to configure is the store. Okay, so let's come here and create another file, call it index.js. All right, inside this index.js, we're going to do something really simple, which is to, say export const, call it store. All right, this store is going to be gotten from configure store. This is coming from Redux toolkit. It takes in an object, of course, and the only item it takes is the reducer. All right, the reducer can be seen like the slice, you understand? Okay, in this case, and you want to call that slice global, global slice, global state, and then you go with global slices. Okay, so there we have it, and at this point you have all these things that you need set up for you. Okay, now that we have this set up, I want to draw your attention to this. Let me do yarn dev for a moment, so I'll show you something. Okay, so here is our application, of course, dummy data and all of that. I want to use Redux toolkit to show you something. This Redux dev tool, you can see that we don't have any state here because we have not wrapped this application with Redux yet. So that's the next part I want to do really quickly, and then you see the difference. Okay, so with all this store components added, the next thing you want to do is come to this place, go to _app.jsx. All right, this is this provider is not the one we're going to work with. We're going to wrap this whole thing inside another provider. We call that provider which come from React, Redux. Okay. Now you want to import it from React Redux here, right here. So it's been imported, and that provider requires, and this provider has a prop called store. Okay, this prop called store, we just need to pass our specific store that we exported here. See the store, we exported it, so we're going to import it here and use it here. So I could just say store, and yep, but I need to import it from the right place, so I'm going to say from at store. So we import store. You get this? All right, and at this point, so this is now very well structured. Okay, we have this, package together now. If I save that, come to this place, it will refresh, of course, because that's a big addition. So once it is refreshed, then we can check out if Redux is part of this configuration now. Here we go. You see, Redux is here, and you can identify these global states, which is one of the slides. You can see the apartment, singular apartment reviews, review models, and all of this other information. This is great. So we have Redux configure. So in the next part of this tutorial, we're going to start off developing this smart contract. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. All right, so let's have this thing committed. So we just done with Redux configuration. So let's commit this. Okay, so oops, what's going on? Okay, I can do git add or git commit with a message. Valid configuration found. Let's run yarn build. Let me see if there is an error, because if there is an error, then this could be an issue. Okay, so I'm getting a warning from this location. Truncate is not exported from store. Alright, so let's fix these things. So we're having truncate here, but it's not coming from the store. That is what it's simply saying. Alright, to resolve this, let's create, I think we have some helper function here. So this truncate that is here, this is what we should use instead. So I'm going to change the location at util /helper. Okay, so that is one place. Okay, and I think that is the only place, right? All of these are coming from this add truncate. So let's save this and check it out again. Run build to see. So we don't seem to have any error again. Let's see, like added utils. Okay, so this problem is coming because there are two packages that I did not install here, but I thought I had them. Let's check it out on main. Let's check it out on main. You know what? Let's just do it now. But on the main branch, I thought I had it there. So, but the two packages that needed to be added here are one. I've already installed them, but they've been removed from this package.json because I'm in the wrong branch. Okay, so I needed to install yarn add this husky and this linked link staged. Okay, I want them on the development part. So it's already there. We're just gonna grab it quickly and have it added here. So now we have those two packages added. So now the next thing you need to do is to add this linting instruction. Okay, so right here after the script, I'm gonna add another group, call them, this is link stage, and what it just does, you can just basically copy this code, copy it and just paste it. You can check it out from the GitHub repo and just copy that. So I believe when I do this now, after these changes, this should work out when I run added husky and link staged. Okay, let's see. Still having an issue. Let's see that here. Git add, git commit -m message. So now it's having an issue with these. What if I remove it for now? Let me just see. Let me remove it for now and see. Oh, it still doesn't work. So it's saying that please, some of your tasks use git add command. Please remove it from the config since all modification made by task will be automatically added to GitHub. Okay, so I needed to. This is not the right one. Let me use this. Let me update here. Okay, so I've removed that git add from it so that it will not be flagging that. So let's commit this again around that and see. So everything seemed to go well. So we say updated package JSON and then publish. Oh, that took a while. All right, so let's do this. Let's start the smart contract development on the next part of this video. All right, for developing the smart contract, the first step I will have you do is to create a folder at the root of this project, call it contract. Okay, so this is where all your smart contracts will live. But for this, we only need one smart contract. We'll call it dApp x.so, and we can paste this here. Great. So at this point, this is just a license identifier, and this is the range of compiler that we're going to be using. We will need 3 Open Zeppelin packages or contracts, which is the ownable contract, the reentrancy guard contract, and the counter utility. Okay, so we're getting those 3, and we're going to make sure that they are part of this contract by inheriting their properties. All right, so this is our smart contract here. So the first thing you want to do is to set up a counter to keep track of all the apartments, on the number of apartments in this smart contract. So that keeps track of it. We're using this must be defined so that we can use it as a data type for this total apartment here. Okay, so we just define it by saying using counters for counters.counter, and then that particular type now is a private variable called total apartments. So afterward, we'll need to specify some structures, which is very important. So this is a structure for an apartment. An apartment has an ID, a name, description, location, images. These images will be strings separated with comma, strings of images. Then when we get it on the front end part, we can then we can then adjust it. We can break it down and then use it to list out all the images. This is a room. These are the number of rooms, the price, the owner, the whether an apartment is booked or not, deleted or not, and then the time it was created. Okay. We're also going to need some structure for a booking, for you to know if you've what the data that is a booking. A booking is made up. Okay, is made up of an ID. This ID is its unique ID. Okay, and this AID is the apartment ID that this booking belongs to. Okay, this is the tenant, which is the address. This is the date, very day that this particular one is booked for. This is the price, and if this person checked in or not. Okay, and this is if this person canceled the booking or not. Okay, so those things are taken records of. All right, so we're going to need another structure for review. Okay, an apartment has a review, so this is the ID of the unique ID of a review, and this is the apartment ID. This is the text that is used for the review, and this is a timestamp. Okay, the timestamp for the time that the review was created, and this is the one that actually made that review, which is this owner. All right, so with that, we need two more variables. Okay, one is going to be, we called one security fee and the other tax percent. So the security fee is how much in percentage that we're gonna need, you understand, to book the security. Like I've explained about the security fee. So this is just the security fee, and this is the tax percentage. Okay, so those two are important. And afterward, I'm going to list some mapping structures that we use here. So this mapping, we are mapping an unsigned integer, to an unsigned integer to an apartment. So we can use that to number an apartment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and each one of them are referencing an apartment. Okay, and they are all stored in this apartment structure mapping here. The same goes for bookings of, so a booking of a specific apartment, we have, an array of all those that booked on that apartment. The same thing goes for this review structure, reviews of a certain apartment. And if an apartment exists, okay, we use that to track if an apartment exists. These are the dates, book dates, you understand that, an apartment does have. So each apartment has the number of days that has been booked, so that another person will not go and book it again. It will not have a double booking. This is a multi-dimensional mapping where an apartment has, a certain date, and we're checking if that date is booked or not. This is an address, which is a multi-dimensional array. We check if an address in a certain apartment, if that address are booked or not. If a person for a particular apartment has booked that apartment or not, this is what you use in tracking that. And so we need another constructor. A constructor, of course, very important. This constructor we run at the instantiation of this smart contract. So it takes in a tax percent and a security fee. And what it does is to check, to initialize this tax percentage with whatever amount that we're sending in. Please make sure that this is within the boundaries of 0 and 1. 1 and 100. That's what a valid percentage is. And the security fee is the same structure, 1 to 100%. Okay. And of course, you can specify some restraint to make sure that the tax percent doesn't go beyond, let's say 10%, because it's not really wise to go all the way. The cost of booking will now increase and all of that. So we create an apartment. So we have a function called create apartment. So this function here, create apartment, receives a string called name. Strings are stored in the memory because you don't know the size of them ahead of time. So you need to make sure that they're in memory. Description, the location of the building, of the apartment, the images, all of these are string. But the number of rooms is an unsigned integer and the price for that apartment. And afterward, we need to, perform some check to make sure that the data that are coming in are actually valid data. Okay, so that's why we use this to check if this name is empty or not, because you can't send an empty string, as name. The same for description, location, and image. Here, we're checking if the number of room is greater than 0, because it must be. You can't put 0 room. It doesn't just make any sense. All right, and also the price must be greater than 0 ether so that it will not be 0, okay? So these are the requirements that we need to ensure that everything is working out just fine. The next thing we want to do is we want to create, I want to increment this total apartment by 1. Okay, so initially this total apartment will be 0. So by you calling that function, that method increases the total counter of that apartment by 1, because you need that. So we start with 1. And we are going to create an instance of an apartment, but I'm going to call this apartment. I don't want to use large. So apartment, that is an instance of an apartment. And I'm going to do some things now. Okay, so let me paste this and show you something. Can I do this? Okay. Look what is happening here. This very apartment I just instantiated, the ID of it will be the current number, which is, for the first one, will be 1. And then the apartment name, the apartment description, all of this information, and just feeding them right there. The owner is actually the caller of the function. And this timestamp, okay, which is block.timestamp. But we have our own function that helps us, because by default, Solidity has only 10 digits. This block.timestamp only produces 10 digits of value. Meanwhile, if you check this here, if you check the console and you do date.now, okay, this here is a 13-digit value, okay? Say if you convert this to string, to string, if you convert this to string and then you check for the length of it, you see that it's 13 digits, but the one that Solidity produces is 10 digits, which is a problem. So that's why we created a function to help us modify the block so that it will be 13 digits instead. So this is just a little bit of a hack to add 3 zeros to append 3 zeros to the number 10 digits to make it 13, so that in our front end we won't have troubles, with it. So with that said, now instead of using block.timestamp, we can then use this current timestamp here. Great. So last thing we want to do is to ensure that the apartment does exist. Okay, the apartment exists now. So this apartment with an apartment of this ID exists, and also we say this apartment now. Okay, I'm targeting apartment with this ID, and then I'm assigning it with this apartment. So this will put this apartment inside here. Okay, after I finish everything with this line of code, I'm putting it in there. All right, so that is how you create an apartment. Okay, isn't that very simple? Just straightforward, no confusion. All right, so in the next part of this video, I'm going to show you how to update an apartment and delete an apartment and all of those things. You're going to see the intricacies that are part of this the deletion and a lot of it. So I'll see you in the next video. Okay. All right, let's start with updating an apartment. And updating an apartment basically carries a whole lot of similarities with creating an apartment. So I'm just gonna change some few things about it. So for example, I'm gonna change this room. I'm gonna add an ID. Okay, so this will be for an apartment ID. We need an apartment to be able to an ID to be able to update its record. All right, so first of all, but if you want to update, you must make sure that that apartment exists. That's why we're passing this to say an apartment exists. We don't need to say equal to because this is a Boolean by default. So apartment exists. If apartment doesn't exist, we say apartment not found. Other than that, we also need to check if this person that is trying to update this apartment is the owner of the apartment. So we say msg.apartment target the owner, or I say unauthorized personnel or unauthorized entity. Okay, so you're not permitted to modify this except you're the owner of the apartment. You only created it. So at this point, we don't need to increment, anything. All we just need is to load up the apartment that we already had. So loading it up is basically this place. We can say is equal to this. So this is the apartment. We've loaded up into this. So now we don't even need to add up this. All you need is we don't need this either. So we don't need to change the owner. So all we need is this information, and yeah. So this is what is going on. This is just basically all there is about the about updating an apartment. So we grabbed the apartment that existed by its ID, changed the name, the description, location, room, and then updated it back, in its specific location. So this is just what we did to update an apartment. All right. So with that said, the next thing we want to be able to delete an apartment. And deleting an apartment, we don't require much. We don't need all this. All we need that is an ID. Call this delete apartment. In deleting apartment, we don't need all of this either. Okay. So we probably would need one of these. So let's do this. We don't need to go all this way. All we need to do is very simple. All right. So I'm going to perform it right here and then just show you what I'm talking about. So this is an ID. Okay. And I'm going to call dot, deleted. And I will just say it's true. So this should delete an apartment for us. All right. So should delete an apartment for us. It's that simple. So, okay. So it checks first if it exists, and it checks if this is the owner of the apartment. Okay. So, and then it deletes it. Also want to check that this apartment it no longer exists. You understand? We don't want it to exist anymore. Okay. We can say false now. So it doesn't exist anymore. So this is how you delete an apartment. It's that simple. Okay. And the next thing we want to be able to get a specific apartment. Okay. A specific apartment where we want to. So we call it a function. Say function. Okay. Let me explain that. So it's called get apartment. Yeah, get apartment has an unsigned integer. Okay, it's public. Of course, you want everyone to be able to view it. And for it to, read data, you need to say view, all right, and returns. This is the data type that is returned in this apartment structure, all right. So all we need to do is to say return this apartment, and then you pass in the ID. That's just it. With this, you'll be able to get a unique or a single apartment. Okay, well, what if we want to get like all the apartments that we have that are not deleted. All right, so it's just something similar as this. I'm going to duplicate this. All right, call it get apartments. I'm not going to require any ID, and I want to return an array of apartments. I'll call it apartments. Okay, so this is what we want to return, but we need to do some, for looping here. All right, the first step I want to do is I want to create a variable called available, which I will use in keeping track of total number of apartments that are not deleted, that are active, you understand? So then the next step I want to do is to loop through it. I want to perform a for loop. I want to say for every building here, which starts with 1 because our ID starts with 1, each apartment we can say total apartment dot current, okay, and then you keep iterating, but this should be greater than or equal to. If it started from 0, we could have done with it without that equal to. Okay, so this is the parameter for looping through all the apartments in this platform. But we want to do if condition. So if we have an apartment, okay, that goes with this ID that is not deleted. We don't want it deleted. So the apartment that we want to retrieve must not be deleted. So if an apartment is not deleted, then I want you to increment this available by 1. But since this is just one line of code and I don't need to do so much, I could put it in this same line here. So that is all I will need, okay? And then on the next line, I can then say this apartment, this one here, I will define it, properly define the array to be new apartment structure, an array of it. So, and then give it this size here. Okay, so this is the size of the apartment structure. Great. So you see that. So this apartment has the available spaces so that we can, on our next looping, we will put all those apartments inside this and return it. So I'm going to duplicate this, copy it, come down here. I'll call it this time index. Okay, this index, we're looping through this, and if something matches this expression, of course, this logic, we want to say if an apartment is not deleted, we want to call this apartment here, this one, this apartment, and want to, the index, we're using this index because our apartment starts from 0, so the index starts from 0 by default. So we want to target this apartment at index of 0 and assign it this apartment, okay, at I. This is good, but you need to make sure that this index is incremented so that on the next iteration, this just go. And you cannot don't put it outside of here. You need to put it here so that because of this condition, because if we put it outside of there, it produces error. But being that this is not, we can actually make that whole expression in one line because at the first instant, this will be retrieved, which is 0, before this is incremented, all right? So we're using a shortcut to, take care of that thing right there. Okay, so with that, we're kind of done with apartment. So in the next video now, we're going to work on some few things on booking aspect, how to get all the booking, to make booking, and all of those things. So I'm going to see you in the next video. All right, let's be able to book an apartment. For us to be able to book an apartment, let's create a function called book apartment. Okay, so we can just copy and paste this here. Okay, so a function called book apartment, it takes in the apartment ID, and these are dates. Okay, these dates are going to be coming in form of timestamps from the front end. So this date, if it is Monday the 18th, Wednesday the 15th, Friday the 21st. These are the dates you want to book this apartment for. Then you supply them here. Okay, when you supply them here, it gets sent down to the smart contract, and this of course is public. Public is access, visibility basically, and payable ensures that this function receives money. Okay, the first thing we want to do is to check if the apartment does exist. Okay, because if an apartment doesn't exist, it doesn't really make any sense. Okay, so secondly, we want to perform a little bit of more technical requirement check here. So I'm going to code it myself so that you can follow. So I want this MSG. I want to check the money that is being sent. The money that is being sent must be greater than or equal to. This is where the logic comes in. It's greater than or equal to whatever I'm going to write there. Otherwise, say insufficient fund. Okay, so what are we going to be putting in here? We want to say that the apartment, I want to target this apartment, okay, with this AID. I want to target the price because I want to know the price of this apartment. And then I want to multiply the price by the number of dates, dates that is being booked for. Since dates is an array, I can call the .length method so that I will know the number of bookings that has been requested for. All right, so apartment price multiplied by the number of days that you want to book that apartment. So that's the idea here, but we're not done. Okay, after you've done this, you still want to add up, this is a little bit technical here. I think I may just put these things in variables instead of having to write it all here because it's going to become complicated. So first thing I'll do, let me do it here. So on sign integer, say total price, and then I will say this. So that's the total price. And then we now have to check for the security fee. So let's do this. Okay, so we're adding the percentage, the total tax or total on sign integer. See total security fee. Total security fee is going to be this total price multiplied by the security fee. All right, you want to do this like this, then you divide by 100, so you get it in percentage right here. So now that you have this thing figured out this way, what you want to do is you want to say this total price plus total security fee. Okay, so that is what you're checking, if this the combination of the total price of booking for all those days, let's say 3 days, and then the total security fee, because security fee is in percentage. Okay, so let's say we're doing, for every booking we want you to put 5% extra, because in case you want to disappoint us, then we won't have to lose those days that you really intended on booking, so we don't lose everything. So that is what the security fee is all about. So with this, and the last thing you want to test for is if those days that you're trying to book, they are still available. So if they are still available, then you should just say, okay, booked dates found among dates. So we, some dates are already booked, you understand? All of this. So let's create a function that will help us specifically for handling this technicality. So we'll create a function called dates available. Date available. Okay. This date available, we take in The date available is an internal function, and it returns a viewable data. Okay, it returns a boolean. So if it matches what we want, it returns a boolean. Of course, it's going to take some parameter. So unsigned integer for the apartment ID, and basically it just takes exactly the same thing as this. So it takes in the date as well. So these requirements are needed. Then let's check. I want to say bool, checked, last checked. So everything is going to be true by default. So last checked, like we're going to check through all the apartments, and we're going to check for anyone that is available. If anyone has been booked, any one of those days has been booked, it's just going to flag it, turn this into false. So, and that becomes a problem, and we use that to flag back. So that is what we're doing here. So I want to use a for loop. So for, because this is an array, starts from 0 to the length of this date. You understand? So we're going through all the dates here, and if okay, so we're doing a multi-level check here, so please bear with me. All right, I'm going to explain this thing for you. So for every one of those dates, we're going to run another for loop under the hood to check something for us again. So we want to run a second layer, check. All right, so we're doing this. So the second layer check, we are basically checking for the dates, the booked dates. Because if you come back here, we have a mapping called booked dates that is an array. So we're going through, for every one of the dates that I want to check, we're checking through all this to find out if there is a date that exists like that. So for every one of them, we're going to be checking through there. Okay, that is the only way we can do this. Okay, through for loops. Maybe some of you are maybe not very comfortable with for loops, but you got to use it because that's what is provided for us to, Solidity is statically typed. You understand? So everything has to be in this format. So you want to go through all the dates, and which is this, for each one of these dates that's signified by an I, okay, which is a number, okay, a timestamp. We want to check if booked date with the J, not I, okay? But we need to first, find it by its ID, and then the array which starts with I, okay? So we start with 0 as well. So you need to check the here first, and then you want to, what you're doing is, if the date that is in this array that we're checking for matches the one that has been booked, then you should just say that last checked is what? Is false. Okay. So maybe we should change the name of this last check so that it will align to what we want. So let's call it is present. Date is present, or date used. Date used then becomes what? So by default, it's going to be false. Okay, by default, it's going to be, okay, let's call it date not used. Okay, date not used is true. So there's no date has been used there. But anytime we find a date that is identical to the one that we have, that we're bringing from the front end, then if you say date not used become false, that means it has been used. Okay, so this is how we run this. We run that part, but here we need to make another adjustment because we want to check the length for all the book date that we're running. The second parameter is, so the first one we're checking through, we're running all the dates, and for every date that we're running for checking for all the book dates if it matches it. And if it matches it, we should say date not used becomes what? false. Okay. And then at the end of all this, you want to return, this date not used. Okay. So this is what we then use over here. Let me open it. Over here as another requirement, you want to say require that this date available. Then you pass in that AID. Okay. This date available. Pass in that AID and also pass in these dates. Date not, or let's call it date cleared. You understand? Date cleared. So if all the dates are cleared, you understand, then it should proceed. But if the dates are not cleared, then you should say, dates, one or more dates used, not available. Okay, so this is how you're using checking, making sure that the dates that you want to book, all of them are free. You understand? So if they are free, then it will proceed to this next level. And what's the next level here? We're going to run another for loop again, and we can just copy this place, copy this for loop here. We don't need this internal one. So for every item in this, every date in this date, we'll make a booking of it. So we want to say booking struct, it's going to be stored in memory, and we'll call it booking. Okay, so we created an instance of booking, and then you say booking, you call on the ID of it. The ID of that booking is going to be, we have a little trick here. We're going to say bookings of that, this unique ID, the length of it. Okay, so what is going on here? You see, we want this booking ID to start with 0, okay? Because the length of this array by default is going to be 0 if there is no booking. So each time it books, the length of it increases by 1. So the date is always going to be unique. So once we have this, the next thing we want to do is the AID. The AID is going to be the same as this AID that you're passing in here. Then the tenant, okay, the tenant is going to be the caller, the msg.sender. Okay, so this is the tenant. And the date that is being booked, okay, so say date that is being booked is this one in this array called dates, okay, with this unique ID. So this is the specific one that you're booking for. And then the price, okay, the price of it, we say, call it price. Say, the price basically, you can get it from the apartment. So I say apartment with this AID dot price. So we're calling the price and attaching it to that booking. Okay. And after you've done this, okay, with this we've created an instance of that booking. Now we need to put it in this array here. These bookings of, we need to attach it here. So we call on bookings of this, and you say dot push. You know that is an array, so dot push, and then you push in this booking. Sorry, this booking here. Okay, so you put in you push in this booking. So bookings of this particular ID, we're just going to include this booking inside there. This one we just finished creating. So afterward, you want to say is date booked. We have this here is date book, where we have the apartment ID and that particular date, and then we say what is booked. Okay, so we can call is date booked for this apartment ID. Okay, then for this apartment ID, then we'll call on this date, this specific date, with this I, and then you assign it to be true, so it is booked. You get that? And then lastly, say booked date. You want to add it to booked date. Check here, we have booked date. Booked date. So you want to include it here. Booked date, you want to include that date that you want to push it inside here. Okay, so let's do that. So say booked date, you say for this AID, and then you pass, let's see exactly this so I will know what we're doing here. It's going to be a push. No, not a push. Yeah, this is going to be a push. Okay, since it's an array. So say booked date. Okay, say dot push. And what you'll be pushing is this, this specific date. All right. And to just fulfill all righteousness, this has booked. You want to use this to track who was the one that booked this. So we can do this here and call this one, this has booked. We'll call this has booked this msg.sender. Okay, has booked, this msg.sender has booked this specific date. Okay, basically that is just all you're doing. You understand? So let's bring it up like this. Wow, so that is a lot of processes, involved in this. So with this now, an apartment can be booked successfully in our platform. So in the next video, we're going to do some things such as the ability to check in, the ability to refund booking, and the ability to claim fund and all of that. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, so let's check into an apartment. You understand? Before a user should be able to enter into an apartment, that user should check in. And I just noticed that we wouldn't need this right here because I only want this to be effective whenever the user is checked in. All right. So when you're checked in, that means you've successfully completed that whole process of bookings. You understand? So we want to create on our function here. We're going to call it function check apartment, check in into apartment basically. So this is it. So check in apartment. Sorry, it shouldn't be here. It should be here. Check in apartment. So when you want to check into an apartment, there are some things you need to check first. Of course, checking into something that you've already booked, an apartment that you booked. Okay, so the first step we need to retrieve that booking that you did. You understand? So the apartment ID and the booking ID. Remember, the booking ID starts from 0. You understand? So we're going to check in with those information. So we say booking struct. All right, and it's going to be stored in the memory. And we're going to say call this booking, and we're just going to retrieve that bookings of this particular apartment ID, but with this booking ID. Okay, so we'll retrieve a unique singular booking. Once we get that booking, we want to perform some requirements. So I want to say this MSG, this sender, okay, this caller of this apartment, we want to make sure that is, this booking, this particular booking, dot tenant. So is it the tenant? If this person is not a tenant, then we say unauthorized entity. Unauthorized entity. So you're not permitted to call this function with that booking ID if you're not the owner. And the owners of such a booking and everything is all tracked by their wallet address, and only you have access to your own wallet address except you're giving another person your computer or your phone. Okay, so the next requirement you want to check for is requirement. I'm just going to paste it so we don't type so much. So we're going to say this booking, this person has not been checked in. We want to ensure that this person has not already checked into this apartment. Okay, so it shouldn't check into this apartment. And I think it's super important to add a re-entrancy guard here, non-re-entrant. Okay, so this will be, so that people won't have to call this function more than like multiple times in a split second. You understand? So there will be like, a way of guarding against re-entrancy attack. You check out re-entrancy attack in case you don't understand what I mean. So we want to make sure that this person has not already been checked in. Okay, and so if this person has already been checked in, say apartment already checked in on this date. So this specific date you've already checked in, so you cannot check in again. You understand? So can say something like double check-in not allowed. Great. So now we have that there. So those two parameters to ensure that something is really what it is has been, protected. There's another thing here. You see that I'm not checking if an apartment does exist. The reason why is because I'm already doing these bookings of a specific ID. Because if this apartment is not found, then this is going to fail, and everything is just going to go astray. So, that provide that security that we need. So if that was successful, then I want to call on these bookings of this specific ID. These bookings of this specific ID, I'm going to call on that checked. Okay, I'm going to check this person in. All right, so this person is not checked in. After this person is checked in, we want to make sure that all money is passed to the right account. Like for example, the platform does have a tax. Okay, the platform does have a tax that they charge, and you can see the tax here. This is what we say tax percent. Okay, so we have that. That how much we make. For every book checking in that happens on this platform. So we want to say that the booking. How we know the tax that we're going to charge is the booking.price, and then we'll multiply it by this tax percent. Okay, and you want to pay this and then you divide it by 100. So this will give you the amount of money, the amount of percentage that is for tax, and then another one is for fee. Basically, this is the security fee that came with with this particular booking. Okay, so want to multiply with this security fee instead. All right, great. So now that we have those two, this thing that I wanted to do here, I could now do it in this place. I could just do it here instead. Am I correct? So I could then say this should be the booking has booked, and then we're calling on these apartments. Nah. So let's do booking dot. This booking does have a date. I want to come back here, check something out here. So look at this date here. For each booking has a date. So I want to say that, this person has booked this date. Okay, we can't just say he has booked the entire apartment, because, that would not be very, friendly. I don't know if we can do a 3-level apartment, but that isn't super necessary. So we can say that it was this person that booked this date, okay? And we say true. So this person has booked this particular date, okay? And then we've calibrated our taxes, you understand? And then we need to make some payments now. And now to make payment, we have a function that helps us to do that. Okay, I call that function pay2, and it's well designed, it's a low level function. So pay2 receives an address that you want to send money to, and also the amount that you want to send. So it performs a payment, okay? It makes sure it wraps that account with a payable modifier to make sure that it converts it into a payable account, and then it performs a call and sends that person the money, and then it monitors for its success. You understand? Like, it gets back if this was successful, it returns a boolean, and then we're requiring that this should be successful. You see, this is very important, rather than using the regular .transfer or .send of Solidity, because if it's not successful, this whole thing is going to revert. So the whole check-in is going to revert. You understand that, because that was not successful. So this is one of the reasons why we're using this pay2. So we then say pay2 want to send people their money. So the first person who wants to send money is the apartment owner, so the house owner. You understand that? So we want to say apartment, and then we want to say this AID, and then we want to say this owner. So this is the person that is going to be receiving a huge chunk of the money, which is basically the price. And how we get the price is this booking.price. Okay, the booking.price. This is what this person is getting. Booking.price, then you minus the tax. You get that? So booking.price minus the price. You see, this is very technical, and you need to do this very well. You need to do it good, because if you don't do it well, it kind of messes up. So we need to look at this again and make sure that everything works good here. How much are we giving? Are we adding as a price? Okay, this is good. All right, so we are in good shape. So what happened is that we pay the owner the amount of money minus the tax, the platform tax, and also want to pay the owner of this contract. You understand? So this owner of the one that deployed the contract want to pay this person the tax fee. You understand that? And then we want to pay the tenant. You know that the tenant actually supplied the security fee before. So this booking.tenant, all right, want to pay this person the fee. Okay, we can decide to say booking.tenant, or we can say mhd.sender. Is still the same person that created this apartment. So that's one of the things that we're using to identify them. So all this payment is distributed. I mean, if you look at this from Etherscan or something like that, you will see how money was sent to 3 different accounts in one transaction. Isn't that fantastic? So this is what we use in returning the money to the right people. So let's save this, and in the next part of this video, what I'm going to teach you now is how to perform refund. You understand? Refund is very important. Let's say a person did not check in, then want to refund the money to the person. However, we want to share this fee. This amount of money will be shared between the apartment owner and the platform. You understand? So that there will be some revenue that was gotten for those days that this person, the tenant, did not check in, did not claim their fund back. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. All right, so for refunding payment, it's going to be some process, so hang on tight there, please. So first thing is going to look something like this. I'm also going to use non-reentrant here, because we don't want someone to click on it like 2 times in a go. And then I want to change this to refund booking. Okay, in refunding booking, we're going to require the ID of the booking of the apartment, and then the booking ID. those two, because that is how we're using recognizing the specific booking, because you can book like for 3 days, but you can't click one button and then receive all the money for those 3 days, but you have to receive, get refund for each one of the days that you want. Okay. So the first step we want to do is to, of course, get the booking. So let's get that specific booking, just like we did before. And after I've done that, we want to check that this person did not check in already. All right? Because if this person has checked in already, there is no need to refund, that refund that payment. Okay? So we can say, let's say already checked in. Very simple that way. So already checked in. So if you already checked in, you cannot proceed with this function. The next thing you want to do is you want to find out if this person actually booked on this date. Okay, so I'm reasoning it if it is pretty much required, I perform this check again, but let's just write it first. There is this function called isDate. Is date booked? Is date booked? We use that to verify if a certain date was booked, and we actually use this here to check if that specific date was booked. Okay, so if the date was booked, then it's kind of required. But again, it's not super important, being that if it is booked, this will not even. Let's just check it because it's kind of quite important. Let's use it, because this is not sufficient enough to verify that this was a legit booking. All right, so let's add this extra layer to make sure that this date booked, we use it to find out if the person actually booked the date. So for this apartment, we want to do this booking dot date. So is this date booked? If true, then you should proceed. But if it's not booked, say tenant, or you didn't book this date. Okay, you didn't book this date, so it just inform you that. Okay, we won't say date not booked. Okay, date not booked. Okay, so this date, if this date is not booked, we just want to say date, not booked. You understand? So now I want to check a level, you understand? Because what happens is you want to add some extra level of care when you're writing your smart contract, because you want to think of every possible situation. For example, if somebody booked an apartment and then forget about it, and then of course the date that this person booked expired, all right, we want the administrations to intervene in a situation when this person did not ask for a refund. Then the platform should be able to intervene and just click a button and then get their refund, happening. We can do this, or we can just delegate it to the apartment owner, so that it will not be as if we are controlling, and all of that. So there are many ways you can do this. Okay, the first way that I did this was, in case the person, the date that it was booked was expired and it didn't happen, we want to check if the msd.sender, the caller of this function, we don't want it to be the owner. So we don't want the owner. If it's not the owner, okay, so if it's not the owner of this platform, then we want to check this. So what we're simply saying is that if it's the owner of this platform, it should not have to go through, this step. But if it's not the owner of this platform, we want to check for some requirement. So we want to require that this caller, msg.sender, okay, is equal to this person that is booking, that made this booking, the tenant. Okay, so the tenant can ask for refund. I hope you understood that. So the tenant can ask for a refund. So we want to say unauthorized entity. So, sorry, not there. Unauthorized entity. So if the caller of this function is the tenant, it can proceed. But if it's not a tenant, it should say unauthorized entity. But this only, but the admin of this platform is exempted from this check. Okay. So next, we want to check for another requirement. We want to say that this booking.date, is it greater than this current current time? So if it is greater, you see, if you do not refund as a tenant, if you did not refund at the timeline before that day, okay, before that day when you're supposed to check in, if you did not refund, then you will not be able to get your money back. That is what I'm trying to say. You won't be able to get your money back if it exceeds the date that you were supposed to get this money. You understand what I mean now? Okay? I mean, you were supposed to check in. So once the date that you're supposed to check in exceed and you did not check in, then your money is gone. You only get back your security fee, but your money is gone. That is what it simply mean there. So otherwise, you say exceeded booking, or say not allowed exceeded booking date. So you've exceeded the booking date that was given as a grace, you understand? So you can no longer, claim, ask for a refund again, all right? So, and then we now proceed to the rest of this. We want to say bookings of, so the bookings of this apartment ID, we can just copy this line here. Okay, and then you want to say dot cancelled. You want to say true. So this person canceled their booking. And you also want to say is this particular one here. Okay, so is date booked? You want to say it's false. So you want to release that date. Okay, just in case this person booked ahead of time. So is date booked? False. Okay, so you release that place so that another person can make that booking, if there is still time. And please take note here. Look at this logic. The day that you booked, is this still greater than the current day? That means today, right now. It means that the day that you book, is this still in the future? If it's still in the future, then you can ask for your refund. But if it's no longer in the future, meaning that it has already passed, then you cannot ask for your refund. That is what this thing enforces. That is the rule that it enforces there. This is very logical. This is why Solidity, it makes you think. I mean, I spent a lot of time, trying to think about how to best, illustrate this and put this together. So it's a lot of thinking involved in this line of work. So the next thing you want to do is to do this on sign integer. Okay, last index. Okay, why we're doing this? Because that these bookings of we're dealing with arrays here, so we want to make sure that an array is handled without any spaces. We want to remove an item from an array. Okay, let me just finish writing it and then I show you the logic behind it. So we say booked date, and then we'll call this, this ID, and then we'll say dot length, call the length method, and subtract 1 from it. So the last index, this will get us the last index in this book date. Okay, this will get us the last index in this book date. Next, you want to say that last booking ID. So you want to get the booking ID of the last element, okay, in this book date. So we say book date. Yeah, by the time you're done with this, I believe that your mind will be expanded. This book date, okay, then I'm using this last index that I just grabbed to get it. Hope that makes sense to you. So this is the last index, which is, I'm getting the last index in this book date array. Okay, so this is what I use. So this is what I use in getting the ID. Okay, last booking. Okay, I don't think I even need to add this ID. So this is last booking, this is the last index, and this is the last booking. Okay, I use the last index to find the last booking. In an array, I'm just getting the last element of that array. That's basically what I'm doing here. So once I get that, I want to say this book date still. Okay, because I need to remove it. If I don't remove it, it still reflects there that this person, I want to use the information in that to make some balancing, like an accounting system, to make sure that everything, the arrays are in check. Okay, so that is why it's easier to work with mappings than an array. But for this use case, array is the best thing that you can use. So you say book date, and then you're calling on this AID, and then okay, we can still call this booking ID for now. So last booking ID. Okay, last booking ID. If you see, book dates are actually dates. You understand? They are just number. So last booked date, we can call it last booked date. Okay, this would be much more precise to what it truly is. Okay, so last book date. Sorry, I'm making a little bit of a mistake here. So we want to say, let's go back here. This is last booking. Okay, so I want to target this booking ID. Sorry, this is the booking ID that I'm targeting here. Okay, and I want to assign that booking ID with this last booking. Okay, so in this, so what I did right here is I grabbed the last booking. So this is the last booking that happened in that array. So I'm grabbing that last booking and replacing it, with the one that was refunded. Okay, and then I will pop the last member of that array so that the number of array, it will be well balanced. So this is what I'm going to do now. I'm going to call this and then just say .pop. So I just removed ejected the last, member after bringing it to the position that we just, refunded. So I refunded the person their money and all that, and then, take the last member in this array and put it in this location. So that is just what we did. You understand? So that is just it. That is just what we did. And yeah, so at this point, we can save this. So we still have a couple of more steps to go. It's now time for us to do some calibration. So I'm going to copy this line of code. This is what I did here. So first thing, I want to get the tax. No, the tax is not really needed here. So I'm going to remove this. So the fee is going to be this booking price multiplied by security fee times 100%. Okay, this is the security fee, because this person is not going to get back this security fee. It's only going to get back their principal, the amount of money that they use in booking this specific date. So I would then say on sign integer, call it collateral. Okay, collateral is now equal to the fee divided by 2. So we and the platform, the owner of this platform, and the owner of the apartment, they're going to share the money 50-50. You understand? They're going to get it 50-50, and then payment will be made to them, or everybody will receive some money again. So we'll do this here. The apartment owner is going to get a portion of this collateral, which is half of it, and then the platform owner is going to get a collateral as well. Then the booking, the owner, the tenant, the person that booked this is going to receive their money back. So at this point, everyone is happy and everyone gets their money. So this is how we perform refund in this particular platform. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to retrieve information such as the dates that have been booked, such as the bookings of a specific apartment, and people that are actually qualified to place a review on a particular apartment and all of that. I'm going to do that in the next video. So I'll see you there. All right, let's get the rest of these functionalities up and running fast. Okay, so what is remaining? We need to be able to get unavailable dates. Okay, because every date that has been booked is no longer available. So that's why we're calling it unavailable date. So we can just copy this place because it's going to be similar. You come here. So instead of get apartment, say get, unavailable dates. Okay, and you pass in the apartment ID, and what you want to get is the book dates that belong to a specific apartment. Okay, and of course you want to return an array of addresses. Sorry, an array of unsigned integer, because it's all unsigned integer. So the book date is going to return the various timestamps that have been booked. So this is what is returning when we call this. We will use this to ensure that days that have been booked, others don't get to book it again, even though the back end will not permit you. We're also going to block it out from the front end so that it won't cause any mayhem. All right, so we also want to get bookings, you understand? Like not the book date as in the timestamp, but bookings, the actual data that has been booked. So let's come here and say get bookings. Okay, so we want to return an array of booking struct. Okay, so let's say bookings, the bookings of a specific building. So it will return all the bookings that have been done for that particular apartment. We're good to go on this too. There are some other things that we need to get. We need to get, I think we basically missed that function, but before I go there, we needed to create a function to add review. We haven't done that yet. It's quite important we do that. But before I go there, there is this function. We want to make it to get a single booking. So we want to say get booking, you understand, and it's going to return just a single booking. So you pass in the apartment ID. You also want to pass in the booking, ID. You get that? So those are the information you want to pass in. And okay, so at this point, you want to get the booking. Okay, this is how you get a singular, booking. Okay, so with that you get all the bookings. So what else? We need a function for adding reviews. Okay, want to get to all these functions at once. Okay, a function for adding review. Okay, so this function is going to take the apartment ID, and the text or the comment. Okay, so want to call this review text or comment. All right, so apartment ID, this is how you add a review, and then a comment on that. So you first of all want to make sure that this apartment exists. All right, and not only that, want to make sure that this person, actually booked this, has done a booking on this platform before. I guess that is one of the reasons we used it here. Where is this place? So in this place, we shouldn't use booking ID. Instead, we want to use this apartment ID. So only people that have ever booked this apartment before, they can make comments. So if an apartment that you have not booked before, you shouldn't be able to make comment on it. So I'm using this to check, that this person that are about to drop this comment has in fact booked this apartment before, because don't want false testimonies. And lastly, we want to verify that the comment that is being dropped is an actual text, and not an empty string. So that's why we're doing this. Say comment cannot be empty. So after that, then we need to create a structure of review. So we have review struct, which we created, here before. So this is the review struct. I'll close this. So in this review struct, going to be stored in the memory. Call this review. Okay. And then for the review struct, for the review.id, you want it to be the reviews of this apartment, and then the length, because it's going to be dynamic. You also want the apartment ID to be, this apartment ID. You want the comment or the review text, call it review text, to be whatever you put as this comment. All right, and you want the owner to be msg.sender. And lastly, you want the timestamp to be this current time. Okay, so this is what you need to create an apartment. Now you need to store it inside this apartment you need to put it here, because if you don't put it here, you don't have it, so you can't access it. So you need to put it there. So to do that, you need to say reviews of this apartment ID dot push this review, period. And that is how you create a review or add a review. So with that done, now we need to also be able to get a review. How do we get a review? Let's say we need to get a review of a specific apartment. So I'm going to create this here. This is a function called get review. You pass in the review ID. This is public, viewable, record, returns a review struct stored in the memory, and then you just access that review, the reviews of that apartment by supplying the apartment ID. Okay, so we also want a function that will help us to determine if somebody booked an apartment or not. So tenant booked, you pass in the apartment ID, okay, and returns a boolean. So if it returns whether this person has booked this apartment or not, that is just simply what that function does. I think we've taken care of all the functions that we need. Okay, lastly, we want to be able to get the qualified, reviewers. So before somebody drops a review, we want to know if this person is qualified to drop a review for this platform. That means this person must have, booked this apartment before. So Now we're going to grab all those people that have booked the apartment before, and then make them available in the view. Whenever somebody comes with their ID, their account ID, which is their Ethereum wallet address. If the Ethereum wallet address is found within the qualified reviewers, then this person is given the access to drop a review. But if this person is not, then cannot drop a review. That is just the idea behind it. So let's write this function called get qualified reviewers. In get qualified reviewers, of course, you need an AID, which is the apartment ID. You return a viewable data, but this is going to be an array of addresses, and we're going to call the array of addresses tenants. Those are people that have lived in that apartment before. So what I want to do without having to do everything from scratch, let me copy this line of code, then come here. I think I should copy it down to here. Okay, that line of code from here to here, because we're going to just use something similar to it. So at this point, I'm going to paste this. This is available. Okay, so now we're going to start from 0 because we're looping through an array now. We're not looping through, a regular mapping. So what we're looking through is the bookings of this, and we're counting the length. Okay, so this is how much time we're going to loop through. So if this booking of this apartment, okay, and then we pass in this ID, and then we say dot checked. So that means if there is someone that checked in. You see, even if you book the apartment and you ask for a refund, that means you did not check in. Okay, if you did not check in, then you're not part of this. Okay, then you're not part of those people that should, drop a review. We're grabbing all the addresses of all those that partake in the booking. Okay, all the people that have booked, we're just going to grab all of them. That is what we're trying to do here. So at this point, we will use this tenant. We'll create we'll call it what we call is an address, an array of address. That is what we're looking for. So this array of address, we have this space, this space as according to how many of these were found. All right. So at this point, we can then duplicate this line of code, change this to index. All right, so now we're looping through this again, and if there is an apartment that has been checked, okay, we want to say now that this tenant, okay, tenant with this index to ++, I don't need to go through the process again. So we're invoking this particular booking, and then we're passing in the tenant, which is an address, into this. So this will be filled with addresses of all the tenants that have booked this particular apartment. So at this point, I think we're good to go. We have all the functions that we need to perform tests, validations and all of that. Okay. There's one more thing that we haven't done, which in the next video I'm going to show you. So the reason why we're writing one more function is what happens when a tenant booked an apartment, but then again, the date for that tenant to move into the apartment, that tenant did not move into that apartment. And then the tenant also did not ask for his or her refund before the date of that apartment got expired. So you see, these are some other conditions, some situations that could arise. So that's why we have a function called claim fund, so that the owner of that apartment, they can claim their fund because this person did not check in and they booked that place, and that place was left empty until that day of that apartment booking was expired. So they booked it, they have to pay for it. They did not ask for a refund when they had the opportunity. So that's what we're writing this function to get it together. So the name of this function is going to be called claim fund. So I'm going to put it in here just after that refund. Okay, so I'm going to put it here. So is that the same parameter that we have here? So we're just taking in the apartment ID and the booking ID. Okay, and we're going to require two things. All right, so one of the things we're going to require the person to call this, they want to call this particular function has to be the owner of the platform. No, the owner of the apartment. The owner of the apartment can call that function, or let's put an extra clause, or the owner of this platform, just in case, because you don't know how the day could be, maybe somebody is not around, somebody can, lost access to their wallet address, and for this whole thing to be settled, we still need to intervene in some way. So claiming of fund, is based on this. And of course, this is a legit thing. This is not like, we are going to add like a parameter that ensures that, funds are not claimed when the time has not expired. So before I do that, I want to make sure that before this person could book, before this person could make this, could claim this fund, this person has not already checked in. So we don't want anybody calling this function if they have not checked in. You understand? So this person must not have checked in, because if this person have checked in, there is no need calling this function anymore. Okay? So I think, where is that? Okay, already checked in. We can use the same notification. So already checked in. That is, so if this person, we require that this person should not check in already. So we're passing bookings of this particular apartment, this particular booking ID. We want to make sure that it is not checked. So if it is checked, it should say book already checked in. You understand? So other than that, there is a certain clause that we introduced in one of these functions, which could, where is it? I think it should be either in refund or check-in. Should be, let's find that. It's in current, All right, so let's find where it is. Not here, not here. Exactly here. So look at this parameter here. Okay, we need this parameter. So at this point, before this person before we can claim this fund, we need the booking date, like the current time should be far ahead of what should be greater than the booking date. I'm trying to let me do this in a much calmer, cleaner manner. Let's copy this. Okay, we're going to put it here. And we can use this, call this. Okay. So what we're requiring is that the current time, in this case, before you can ask for refund, we don't need to get to the date of, the date of the booking. You understand? So the date of the booking must be in the future. You understand? Must be in the future. That's why we're using greater than in that place. But for this case, the date of the booking must be in the past. So before this person can claim this fund, the date of the building or the booking must already have passed. You understand? You see, so we need the booking date to have expired before we can call this claim fund so that it is legit, it is legal. You understand? So you can say not allowed, not exceeded, not booking date not exceeded. Booking date not allowed. Booking date not exceeded. Or you can say booking in session. Booking date not exceeded. Let's just put this like this and be okay. All right, so this is okay, you understand? So this is how you use to ensure that for anybody to claim their fund, these are the criteria that they will have to pass. All right, so with that in place, we want to get the price of this apartment. So we say Untitled price, say the bookings of this apartment ID, and then we're looking for this booking ID, and then we're calling the price. Okay, so we grab the price here, and want to also grab the fee. So the fee should be, the price multiplied by the tax percent, okay, divided by 100. So, here we would like to do something similar to this, okay? Because if the date exceeded, we want this, okay? We want this way, okay? So we want it this way, and then want to perform the payment as well. So here we're paying the owner of this apartment. How much are we paying? Let's just copy this line of code, please. This is much more accurate. Okay, here we're paying the owner of the apartment, the booking price minus the tax, and then we're paying the platform owner the tax, and then we're sending the security fee back to the tenant. So this is what is to be done. Okay, we basically charge the person the regular way that we could have done to a person that checked in. You understand? So in this case, this person did not check in. You see this here, when you checking in, this person checked in. You understand? And we can even add up this clause here, by saying this person actually booked this place. So we're just going to make all the criteria available, but this person did not check in. You understand? That is what this person didn't do. He didn't check in, but he actually booked that place. Okay, so I don't think we need to even add it, because this gives this person the ability to go and make comment, and the person will say, oh, this, and that, because the person didn't actually have the experience of living there. So there's no need for us to, give him or her the power to go and make negative comments. All right, so this is what you need to do to claim funds, especially for owners of that platform, and also for the platform, because we can't have that money hanging there. What if the tenant, something bad happened to that tenant? Maybe that tenant died, so that money just gets, stranded in the chain. So that is also a situation. And also, in case the owner of the apartment did not do, maybe something terrible happened to that person as well. Who knows? You understand? So you don't want that kind of situation to keep the system pending. So there should be a third actor, which is where we come in to intervene in matters such as this. Okay, so with that said, we are done with this smart contract. The next thing you want to do is to just test out this simple thing by running yarn hard compile, so that if there is any syntax error, it will be flagged. You understand? So it's saying that, so what I'm going to do, let me delete this particular one. I'm also going to delete this catch, and let me run this again. Yarn had compile. Okay, see, everything compiled successfully. So we're in good shape. There was no error, because this is well coded and all of that. So in the next part of this video, we're going to start, what's it called? We start testing out the various function. Okay, test them all out, and please, it's very important that you understand. Oh, I missed something. Let's add this here so that this should not be exploited. Okay, great. Now you should know that testing your smart contract is very, very important. Like, you got to test it. You can't just put the smart contract on the web like that and then you think, or you can't just use the method of trying to manually test it. When you're integrating, you're gonna get a lot of headache. I've tried it. I've done all the experiments for you. You don't need to go through that route. So follow the test aspect of this and the seeding aspect so that you understand full stack how to develop a smart contract. So I'll do that in the next set of videos. But for YouTube, you're not going to see that part in this YouTube video because it's going to be on dApp Mentors Academy for free. So you just need to register and have access to it, because I don't want to overload the timeline or the length of that video with all this other part that is not super, important for this tutorial, but it's super important for your development. So you see where the difference comes in. All right, so I'm going to see you in the next video. So we need to, you see, if you're watching this part, just know that there's some certain part that has to do with this smart contract development that you've missed out. You don't have to worry. It's on dApp Mentors Academy for free, which you can go and watch. That part includes all these scripts here and all these tests here. So we use that part in dApp Mentors Academy to show you how you can test out the smart contract, all of those things. Okay, I didn't include it in the YouTube part because it's going to elongate the entire build. So please watch that part. Is on dApp Mentors Academy. You understand? The script here include the deployment script and the seeding script, which deployment is useful for putting smart contract on the network. Meanwhile, the seeding script is useful for populating the smart contract with some dummy data. So at this point, what I want to do is to deploy the smart contract and seed it, because without those, we cannot proceed with this development. Okay, so but what I will recommend to you to do is pause this video at this point, go and watch that part in dApp Mentors Academy. Just sign up and you see it there in the academy. You see all those videos precisely for this course. You have the back-end development, which is the test-driven development, the smart contract, the tests, the seeding, the deployment script, all of it there. So if you're leveled up, but if in case you don't want to go through that route, there's also you can also come to AirBnb. If you come to my page here on GitHub, and then you look at this project called AirBnb X. This is the project itself. You're looking for the YouTube starter branch. Okay, in this YouTube starter branch, you want to come to the contract, and inside the contract, look at this. So this is the finished version of this smart contract. So you can just copy this file and also copy the script and also copy the test cases as well, those folders. Then you can, bycode that whole process. That is up to you. If you want to learn, you go to dApp Mentors Academy. But if you want the shortcut, you can choose to utilize those two folders and the files that are in it. This is the finished version of the contract without any bug in it. All right. So now that I've explained that, you need to run yarn hard hat node to spin up the blockchain server. Once the blockchain server is up and running, you need to then deploy the smart contract. Do yarn hadat run scripts /deploy.js. You run that part, and the smart contract is up online. And then lastly, you need to run the seed, the one that will put some dummy data into this smart contract, which is called the seed. So run that, and you see that all the codes, the things that we needed have been entered into the smart contract. So this is where we are. So let's head back into the tutorial. Okay, so let's have these, saved. Let's say had scripts. Okay, synchronize this. All right, now we have all the scripts present here. I could close this and close this. So it's time for us to begin our integration of the smart contract we just finished developing to the front end. You understand that? So you don't need to create a new folder, you need to create just a file. See, this method, this pattern that I'm showing you is very much applicable to most of the Web3 application that you're going to be building, okay? You have the front end, you have your smart contract, and I will encourage that you finish your smart contract. No, you finish your front end first so that you design everything that you would like to include, okay, in the smart contract before you start, working on the back end. So you work on the smart contract, then afterward you can hook it up together. So that is what we're doing now. So inside of here, I want to create another service, call it blockchain.jsx, okay? So inside this blockchain.jsx, there are some essential files I'm going to need. Say I'm going to definitely need ethers.js, not needing the store right now. Ethers.js, the one that comes from ethers, okay? And I'm going to need the ABI and the address. So this is the address of the smart contract. This should be the ABI, okay? You see the address of the ABI. This is not correct. The ABI needs an extra value of X, X. You understand? So with this, let's see. With this, if you go to this Open Zeppelin, artifact build info, contract, here you see WB X, and then you find this one here. So that's how you locate it. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is to include our favorite two utility functions, okay? Yeah, we'll just include that. We might as well in another time just push these two functions inside a more global spaces. We're using it in all of those. But again, we're only using them wherever we have ethers.js, and we don't want to just put ethers.js everywhere. All right. So afterward, you need to define two essential variables, Ethereum variable and a transaction variable. While this one, we have information about the Ethereum injected provider that is on the browser, which could either be MetaMask or Trust Wallet or any other injected Web3 provider that is being used. I don't know, it might be another type altogether that isn't injected, okay, that just forwards you to another website where you perform the transaction. Okay, so you need these. So afterward, you need to perform this line of code, which basically we're saying that is this Ethereum object loaded in the window. If the window is not yet loaded, if the window is loaded, that means it is not undefined at this time. Then it should assign window.Ethereum object into this variable. That is what it's serving as. All right. So after that is done, we want to create a very important function. This function is going to be called, get Ethereum contract. What it does is to fetch the instance of an Ethereum contract either using the browser-based provider or the JSON RPC provider. The difference between the browser-based provider and the JSON RPC provider is that browser-based providers are managed by injected wallet providers. For example, MetaMask must be installed in your browser before you can use that browser-based, injected one. What's it called? Trust wallet or any other kinds of wallet that behaves the same way, where you can pick it up from the browser. Otherwise, you use the JSON RPC method. The JSON RPC method uses a URL to the blockchain. Okay, it just uses a simple URL to the blockchain. That is all that it does. Okay, so we're going to do this now. And we want to say const provider. Okay, sorry, we're not starting here. We want to get the account first. The account that are available. We want to query MetaMask or whatever wallet provider that we're using. The reason why we're starting here, because if we're successful querying this line of code to grab all the existing accounts from MetaMask saying await Ethereum, okay, we're using this question mark to ensure that it doesn't give us error if that object is not yet available. You say .request and then the method it account. If these accounts are successfully retrieved, that means they're going to come in array format, and that array is going to have a length. Okay, if the length is greater than 0, that means it does have it does have that wallet provisions, and the wallets are connected, and you have accounts they are present. Okay, so that means we can use this for our browser-based provision. You understand? So let's do if this account, okay, the length, since it's an array, is greater than 0. Okay, so we want it to return this set of instructions. We want it to perform this first set of instructions, please. So we want to grab the provider, which we're creating a new provider using ETAS, and then the kind of provider we call in for is browser provider, and then we're passing this Ethereum object that we installed here. Okay, we're passing it in here. This will give control, or give control to our dApp on how to call this Ethereum object whenever we want to perform transactions and all of those things. ETAS.js will then henceforth manage that Ethereum process, being able to perform transactions, being able to read data and all of those things. Okay, so now we have this. The next thing we want is a signer. A signer is the currently connected wallet address, the account of it, because that is how you use in authorizing a transaction. You need that to sign the transaction. So this is going to be required in all blockchain. You need a signer to be able to read data from the blockchain or write data to the blockchain. Okay, so how we get that signer is just calling this provider, which is still an asynchronous method, dot get signer. This return a wallet address or an address system that helps you to perform perform the transaction successfully. Okay, and now after you've gotten the signer, you need to define your contract instance. You see, we need all these things to be able to even create an instance of the contract. The contract requires that you have a signer and you have a provider. Okay, so you say new ETAS, all right, dot, you say contract. Okay, we're not using contract at this time. You just say contract, and this type, you need to just specify the address of the smart contract, which we got above here. Okay, the address, you say dot. Please open that address. Open that address so that you can see what was written there. So this is the name here. So you copy this address and you paste here. So this is the address of the smart contract. Okay, and you also want the ABI. So the ABI dot ABI. Okay, And lastly, you want the signer. All right, these are the main bars that are involved in creating an instance of this contract. At the end, you want to return this contract. Okay, but if this is not the case, okay, if this is not the case, that means else, if we did not find anything on the blockchain, any wallet provision available, then we just want to interact with the JSON RPC method. I'm going to show you just the little difference between these two methods. First of all, I'm not going to be using browser provider. I want to use JSON RPC provider, and I'm not passing in the Ethereum object. Rather, I'm passing in I'm passing a JSON RPC URL, which we included in our .env file. So let me open this .env file again, so you can see all these values in our .env. So this is what we're using, okay, for the JSON RPC, because this is the location or the endpoint where we can access JSON RPC for HADAT. Great. So when you're putting this on a mainnet, okay, you make sure that you change all this value to the JSON RPC of that mainnet, okay? So with that done, the next thing we want to do is, you see, the way this get signer method is only applicable if you have a browser installed, and you're using browser to get the browser the wallet details and all of that. But if you're not using the browser method, then you want to use this JSON RPC. You need to create a fake wallet system, and Ethers.js enables us to do this. So we can say that Ethers, we call on a method called wallet, and in this wallet method, we want to say create random. This is another method in that. So this create random, we generate a random wallet address for us. And then the signer now will then be this wallet that we just created dot connect to this provider here, because there must be a relationship between them. Then we can then pass it successfully into this ABN here. Exactly the same thing, just these things that just changed, okay? If not, it was like this. So this is the most important function here, because for us to interact with the blockchain, we will need to be speaking with this contract. We need to be communicating with our smart contract, and this function serves that number one purpose. So in the next part of this video, I'm going to start grabbing the real data that are coming from the blockchain, okay, and displaying it on the view. All right, so create this function in the next video. Okay, now to have all this, let's create some function. Let's start with some function. Let's get all the apartments in our platform, on our blockchain. So create a function called get apartment. Number one thing we want to do in that function is to get the instance of that contract by calling this function here. Obviously, these are going to be using the JSON RPC method, because these are going to be called by the server, so under the hood, not even by the browser, okay? Then we want to grab the apartment in the contract, so it's a contract.getApartment, and once we get that, we need to return the apartment. Okay, this is to an extent okay, but the apartment that is coming from the blockchain is not clean, you understand? We want to make it clean. It's not structured, so there are things such as numbers are being represented as a big int instead of just a regular number. You have prices being misrepresented properly. They are represented as big int, and so many of those things. We need to revert all that and make it in a more structured way so that we can consume it in our front end. So To do that, we need to create a function, a one-line function, basically. Call it structured apartment. And this structured apartment is going to receive an apartment, and for each one of those apartments, we want to do map. Okay, we want to take one of those apartments and return, an object back. So we just modify it and return an object back. So we say apartment. We say for example the ID. We want the ID to be a pure number, so want it to be apartment.id. Okay, and there are other things which I will just copy and paste and just explain. So right now I want to make sure that all these apartments are well spelled, so I'm going to remove one of these P's. All right, so we have all this thing going right now. Apartment, the name, the owner, you see, the owner, the description, these are just okay, and what else? The price, the price need to be formatted, the image need to be splitted, you understand? The rooms need to be in number, and the timestamp need to be a number. Okay, so these are the things. I guess we could have made this a lot more simpler by, destructuring the apartment first and then just modifying the ones that we need to modify. So I guess we'll do that in the next kind of tutorial. Then I could be featuring that little, thing. So right now I want to clean up this, apartment by sending it in here. So at this point, when this apartment returns this way, it's going to be clean, with all of this information here. So afterward, I want to export this. Okay, so say export get apartment. Now, in this export get apartment, we can consume it on the front end. So we can come here, look at these pages, this index here. You see, this is how we're getting our apartment. We're generating fake apartment, but this time we want to be leveraging on this get apartment that we're exporting. So we want to grab that, and say await get apartment. Then make sure you import it because it may not be available here. So I'm just going to say import, from at call it service/blockchain, and I want to get the apartments. All right, so I'm going to save that, and before I check it out, let me do this. Let me do this, save this. Okay, I'm going to run yarn dev. I want to show you the two states, how it was before and how it is later on. You understand? So let me close this, see. Okay. It's loading. So this is how the building is. You can see these are randomly generated. Look at, just watch this name. Watch this name. When I refresh this, watch what happens to these names and the images around them also. You can see that the names have changed because these are randomly being generated. You understand? So that is what we're talking about here. And you can see some of these images are repeating because they're just being randomly generated. So now I want to replace that whole thing with blockchain, okay? So that this thing will no longer be randomly generated. Rather, they'll be fetched from the blockchain straight up. So when I do this, you can see that because I only have one member in this blockchain, one of these rooms, in this blockchain, that's what is happening here. So to solve that problem, if I come here to, if I want to bop it up, this seed here, you can see in this seed here, I could do this again. Okay, not this line. Okay, I could do this again. I could end this and deploy yarn hard run script seed.js. Yarn hard run script /seed.js. Let's run that and see. Okay, we've added like couple of more apartment. I think only one got added. Don't know why that we only having one, but with this, if you run yarn dev, this should increase by 2. You see that because we added one more. So right now when you click on this information here is still fake. It's gonna still change as you keep refreshing, each one with a different room, different thing altogether. So we want to change that narrative. We want to make sure that this is a valid data that is being fetched from the blockchain, and to succeed in doing that, you need to come back to this get apartment. I'm going to duplicate this now. I'll call this get apartment singular. I want to pass an ID, which is a number, and I want to get apartment singular. The apartment that is being received, okay, is not an array. That is the difference between this and the other. So if I'm passing it here, I want to pass it as an array, and at the end I want to retrieve just the first member of this array, and save that. Come to this room here, the single one, and at this point you see one of the things, these are like so many fake stuff that is being generated, but let's focus on this generate fake apartment by passing in the room ID. Okay, and remove this and make sure you're using the await keyword, and make sure you also import this. Nah, not from there. Let's import it from, you can remove this. Let's import it from, we can just basically do this from here. Just copy this line of code. No. Okay, and just use singular get apartment. So this is where you get it from. So you save that, come to the browser, let's refresh and see. Okay, see, this is the real apartment. If you refresh this, should still give you the same information because they are being read from the blockchain and not being generated as fake data. Okay, one of the other things that you want to do is to this area of reviews, you want to be grabbing it from the blockchain as well, and not, you don't want it to be fake either. So we can easily do this by coming to the blockchain still, and we can duplicate this line of code. Okay, so that we'll call this get reviews. Okay, so we're getting the contract, and then we're getting the reviews, and then we can use this here, or call it reviews. Okay, reviews, and you're returning this. This is not how I want to of course refine these data points. So I'm going to copy and paste this here, so we don't have to do this from scratch. So you can take a moment to review what I'm doing here. I'm just changing, making sure that this is a number, this is a number, this is a text. Okay, this is an owner. This is, timestamp is in, this timestamp is in number format. So at this point, you can use that to wrap around this. Since it's an array, you wrap it around, and you make this review an exportable member. Okay, so at this point, you save, you come here, instead of generating fake reviews, you can actually get review here. There's one more thing you must know. We need an ID to be passed in here. So that ID, that is how you can communicate this. The ID is the apartment ID, all right? Very important. And at this point, instead of generating fake, reviews, you can say await this review, and you pass in the room ID. As simple as that. You save, and with this, when you refresh, this should be gone now because there are no reviews yet in this, for this particular apartment. So there is one more thing. You see, as we did this for a single, room, there is also one other page that utilizes this get apartment, which is this edit. When you come to this edit right here, one of the things that you want to do is you want to change this generate fake apartment. Okay, so this is what you want to do, and let's make sure we import this. We're not doing fake apartment. We want to import this. Sorry, so let's get it from here. So do this, okay, and want a single one, yeah. So do that, save, and when we come to the edit page, the edit page should be room/edit. So you can see that all this information are also populated here by default. You can see all the images and so on and so forth. So one more thing that is remaining that we need to add here. Let's see. For this one, this should be the first one, right? I want to see the one. This one has some bookings. It doesn't have some bookings. So let's say this one does have some booking. Okay, these are just fake bookings, so we need to be grabbing this from the back end as well. We can achieve this by simply, grabbing the bookings. Okay, let me get you the function that is responsible for this. So we're calling this get bookings. It's going to be something similar to this. Okay, so we can duplicate this. We call it get bookings. All right, so we're grabbing the bookings from the apartment. From the contract, which is here. You see, bookings, get bookings from the contract by passing the apartment ID. Then again, we need to structure this booking right now. So to structure it, I have developed. I've done some cleanup. Okay, I've done some cleanup, which is here. This cleanup, these are all the details for a structured booking. So there's one more thing that we added at the end. When you come to a structured booking, there is this thing called abandoned. We need to use that as well and make it available here. Abandoned right here. Okay, and copy this name structured bookings and wrap it up with this save, and make sure you export this member. Export, you save that as well. Then you come here. Okay, in this place here, you see. Where are you? The bookings. Okay, the bookings page. So come to the bookings page right here. In the bookings page, you need the information about the apartment, and we also need the fake apartment. So we want to start with the fake apartment. This get booking, and you just need to pass the room ID. And yeah, you pass the room ID. So let's copy this line of code. Remove this. paste this below, call this get apartment and get booking. So we're not going to be using this again. So the get apartment, we'll copy it to replace this one as well. Get apartment. So these values are coming from the blockchain now. Okay, so we're only changing these. These are the only things that we're changing. We've not changed any much of things here. The same format, we're just changing the major source. We're just changing the source which these things they come from. So if we refresh, you can see that there is no booking on this particular one. Let's see if there is any booking here. Okay, do we have any booking? Okay, this one has about 3 bookings, so you can see that it's being listed correctly, and you can see things like booked. Or one more thing I want to experiment here. I've not tried this separately, but I feel like the idea should just sync. I'm going to remove all these items that I did not transform, but they remain the same, and leave only the ones that are actually changed. Then again, I will destructure them here at the very start, so that let's refresh and see. So it's obviously having a serialization issue. Okay, structured booking, so it's having a serialization issue. So let's revert these. Okay, and when we revert all this and refresh, you see everything works out great. So the problem, that's why we just leave it that way, because this makes the structure clean, you understand? So it's very much predictable what exactly are the keys and the values that we're expecting. So at this point, we've been able to get, there's something we need to get one more, which for example, if you look at, not here, not this one either, but here, look at this place. There are some stuff that we've not had brought in here. Look at, for example, security fee, qualified learners, and timestamp. We need to get this part straightened out in the next, video. So let's get that done. All right, let's start with getting these qualified reviewers. Okay, these are people that have successfully checked into a certain apartment, and now they are qualified to be among those who will drop reviews on the apartment. So it's not for everybody, it's just for this set of people. All right, we can just simply duplicate, let's just duplicate this one. Okay, we'll call it get qualified reviewers. Okay, and of course it's going to receive exactly the same thing. The only difference here is that instead of calling the same bookings, okay, instead of calling these get bookings, we're calling get qualified reviewers. Okay, get qualified reviewers. Now let me check the contract and make sure that the naming is on point. Get qualified reviewers. You can copy this, come here, replace that. Okay, and for this you don't need to structure this booking, because this is just an array of string being returned. You can see that here, arrays of address, which doesn't need any modification. So no, not these guys. So I'm going to call this one instead get booking, and then I'll call this one this instead, because kind of swapped their roles. Okay, so now that I have that on point, we can call this reviewers. Okay, naming convention is very important in this, and you make sure that you make that an exportable member. Come here. So instead of doing this, you want to do that, and of course you want to use this as a name, make sure it's here, and also make sure that you're getting it from the right source. So here you have it. This should be well now. So we're going to check that main page, to make sure that everything, there's no error being, returned. Okay, so there's nothing to be listed because we've not done any, any booking, any checking in, and any one of those things yet. So here we go. So we're on point. Okay, so no error seems to be displayed. The next thing I want to get is these timestamps. Okay, these timestamps are the booked dates, the dates that has already been booked on our platform. So I'm going to come back here. We can easily just duplicate this, and we'll call this one get booked dates. Booked dates. Okay, so it is getting this unavailable dates that here, this function that returns timestamps of the days that has been booked. So those days are unavailable, and it's quite important so that people cannot rebook those days. Okay, so I'm going to call this, bookings. Okay, but there's one more step that we want to take after this. We want to clean up, because the timestamps are literally in big int data format, but we want them in regular integers. So we use this to loop through all the bookings and change their format from a regular big int to to numbers. So we use that to clean it up, just like we've been doing here before, because we have only one data. We don't need to do that in a special place. So we just clean it up, and then at the end of the day, you return these timestamps. Right. Make sure you copy that and make it part of these exportable members. So we have all that now. You save. You come here and you say await this, make sure you pass the room ID. And then at the top, you want us to make this right. So you have all that in place. You save, and then you make sure you check that everything works. Okay, this will make sure that the dates that has been booked, okay, you can no longer book them. The dates that have been booked all across this platform, like for this accommodation, you can't book them again. So for this one, no date has been booked yet, so you can see all those things. All of those things will start making sense as we head further into this development. Lastly, we need this security fee. We need it available because we use that to calculate how much we're going to charge the customer. Okay, so to get that, it's very simple. I'm just going to paste it here. It's just another function. Yeah, so we use that to calculate the charges for the customer. So let's go with this. First step, you need to grab this Ethereum contract, just as we've been doing with the rest of this function, and then you grab the fee. The fee is that security fee, and then you convert the data, which is in big int. You convert it to number. So once you convert that to number, then you can make this an exportable member here. Export that, save. Okay, so all of these things that I'm doing, they are all read operations. Okay, I have not yet written any write operation. Okay, all these things are just reading data from the blockchain. They are not writing any data yet. Okay, this is function just grabs the security fee and converts it to a number that we can work with, and that is it. And I just added it here for exportable reasons, because we can't use it if it's not there. And you want to make sure that you await this, okay, and make sure that it's part of these items here. So we'll save this for now and check out the interface to make sure that everything is right. So everything seems right. I think for this project, that will be all the read functions that just retrieves data from the blockchain. Okay, that would be all that we'll need to write for all read operations. So now in the next part of this video, we're going to be doing write operations. For example, we want to be able to add rooms. Okay, adding room, we want to fill all those details and submit. Okay, we want that detail to be written onto the blockchain. So we want to do that in the next part of this video. So we can save this and say read operations from smart contracts. Okay, so let's add that there, synchronize. So at this point I could close this, come back here, make sure that I'm going to these pages and room, then inside this add here. Okay, so this is just all there is here. So maybe we should start with editing, because editing is, I think, will be a lot more, straightforward. So because let's edit an existing, an existing apartment. And how you do that, let's create a function that will perform this. This function will help us to communicate with the blockchain, and save the data onto the blockchain. How you do this is we define a function called, update apartment. This function receives an apartment, a parameter, just an apartment, but is a param of the apartment. And we want to enforce, because you cannot create if you don't have an injected browser provider such as MetaMask or Trust Wallet. So we want to check for that. We want to say, if you don't have any Ethereum provider for your browser, then it should simply report an error saying this report error function is inbuilt. It comes with JavaScript. So you report an error saying please install a browser provider. Okay, and then you simply return a promise. Please remember, everything we're working here is based on is promise based, okay, asynchronous. So you want to say reject with new error. And what is the new error talking about? The new error is saying that browser provider not installed. So you need a browser provider installed before you can run this. This is the first criteria that we need to proceed with writing anything into the blockchain. And we have ensured that other functions that also communicate with the blockchain via writing must follow these same requirements. So after this, I want a try catch. For the catch, if I have any error, I just want to simply report that error and reject with that same error. Otherwise, let's get to the meat of this place. The first thing you want to do is to grab the instance of the contract, okay, which is this. Fantastic. Now that you get the instance of the contract, you want to say, you can literally go to what you've done before. You don't need to do all these things from scratch. If we come to test, for example, or script, for example, you come to this seeding script and you open this create apartment script, you can literally copy this line of code here. See this? These are the information they use in creating an apartment. You can literally copy that line of code, then you come here and paste it. You get that? And just paste it. But this is for creating an apartment, and obviously we'll not need this because we've already defined it here. So this is for creating an apartment. We're going to just tweak it a little bit. So I guess I should have gone to the test, the test script. So to tweak it a little bit, you need to make sure that if you see the contract and you see that function that we use in updating, which is this, okay, the function has an ID, as an extra parameter that is added. So want to change this name, the name of the function to update, update apartment, and you want to include the ID of the apartment. And not only that, you want to convert this to we, you understand? To we is very important. This is what you need. And afterward, once you've done all this, then you want to return a promise. And that promise will simply resolve, not reject, resolve. And it will result with this transaction, okay, here. So this thing that you're resolving with, that is what this function is going to return in a then statement. You know, when you're dealing with promises, you have .then, .catch. So the .then will return this, and then the .catch will return any error that is being, created. At this point, you're done with this updating apartment function. You can list it here. Come to this, I don't think it's this room here. Is it? Yeah, for inside this edit place. So let's go through this one more time. So at this point, this is where I update this. Okay, let me just run you through what is going on here. So there's a form here. This form contains the location, the rooms, the name of the room, the images, the image URLs, the prices, the name of the room, and so on. The information that makes for this room, which is all of these things. You're saying, I think we should head back here, come here, I'll visit the /edit, endpoint. URL. So these are the information that is in this form, and we had already set up some things that helps us to remove this, and also add other one in case we want to add. If I want to add, you can see that I can add that. So I don't want to do that. So there is an operation that helps us to perform all those things, which is these two functions you can see here: add image and remove image. They just manipulate that place for us. Please take note here, the maximum you can put here is 5 images. That is why the button disappears once you get to 5 images. Okay, so these are the things that we're getting. Okay, so these are the parameters we're getting. All right, so these parameters are coming from the form. They are both coming from the backend, the blockchain. We first of all destructure it, empty it into this new parameter, and then we just replace the new data that we want to send along, and then here is where we run this operation. You want to say, look at this, call this function update parameter. All right, this update parameter, make sure you import it. It's not giving us any suggestion, but you can import it from you can import it from the blockchain service. Call it update parameter. Update parameter, then you're going to pass in this parameter here, this param. So let's pass it into here. Then we'll call the .then method, and the .then is going to return that transaction you get. And you can make sure that this is asynchronous or not, it doesn't matter. So you can then run some code inside of here. The first thing is that you see this navigate, this use route. I want to move this, I want to push it to the main, to that particular page, because after you edited, you want to move to the location where you can see all this data that you've affected. You understand? So I want to say, first of all, I want to log this, to the console saying tx. Okay, I've logged it to the console. Now I want to navigate and say .push method, which we have here. Okay, we're just making use of this right now. .push, and then you are going to the rooms endpoint, plus append it with this apartment that you have .id. So we have that .id there, and then at the end you just want to resolve, okay, with that tx that you got. All right, so this is cool, but then again you want a catch method. This catch method here, say catch and say reject. You're rejecting with this. All right, so this is how it is. Okay, this provision will enable you to effect the necessary changes that you're looking for to update an apartment. So let's save that and let's come here, refresh. Okay, so I'm going to change this to I'm just going to change the name, something like, let's call this word Bahamas Exotic Resort. Exotic Resort. And then we'll change the price to something like 3.5. And we'll leave this, we'll call this in Bahamas. Okay, and we can say 5 rooms. And when I click on update, it's saying unauthorized entity. Okay, unauthorized entity. That is because I'm not the creator of this particular apartment, so I need to move into that apartment ID. That creator. To go to that creator, and you just need to switch to this. This is the creator that ends with 22669. You understand? So let's click on update again. You can see it's launching my MetaMask wallet now, and let's click on confirm. So you can see that updated successfully, and you see it moves me to that place, and you can see the Bahamas Exotic Resort. You can see the number of rooms is 5. You can see the price is 3.5 per night. And I'll also have this provision of editing because I'm the owner, or deleting. So that is it about this. You see, this works also because this is MetaMask, and in previous, this is using MetaMask under the hood. Even though you don't verify, it still allows you, but it's better that you verify that so that it can work together. Maybe I didn't actually I could have made some process to watch for unverified account and only allow verified account to perform all these operations, like create operations. So maybe in newer tutorial, I'm going to effect those changes there. So with that said, I'll see you in the next video where we can start creating rooms and all of that. See you in the next video. So let's create an apartment. Okay, to do that, I will first have to come here. You see, one of the sweet things about this, writing this sort of code, is that you literally don't need to be repeating yourself so much. You can just copy and paste, and do some few modifications. So for example, to create an apartment, I will first of all need this function. So I could change the name of this function and this one here, and then remove this ID because that is not a necessary parameter for creating an apartment, and basically that is it. The same algorithm that I'm using for doing all of them. You understand? That is the sweet thing about writing code this way. You paste, you save that, then you come to the page where you can use that, which is this add page. This is where we work on it, and let me take you through it step by step. Or do I need to let me just do this. I could easily copy this same set of instruction, bring it here, then I'm going to import this. Let's import this right here. I'm not going to use get apartment, and I'm also importing create apartment. That is what I want. So, and I will replace it here. So please pay attention. This form is just about the same thing as the previous form we worked on. The other one, the only difference is that the other one is pre-populated with recent data, but this is just the fresh data. That is just the difference between them all. So there is no big deal about what I'm doing here. Exactly the same thing. Here you can see that I appended the previous data with the new data, Okay, but this one I did not do that, and I don't need to do that either because this is a fresh data. So I'm creating an apartment, getting the result, of course, but I want to navigate to the home page only. Sorry, that's what I just want to do. I just want to navigate to the home page, at the time that I complete this creation. That is just all. Yeah, that is basically all. You've successfully created or added an apartment. So with this, we can decide to, let's swap account. Let's use an account that we haven't used before, which is this one here. Okay, and you see I need to verify. Okay, sign in. Now I want to grab some data. Let's just grab some data, from an Airbnb, apartment, just fake data. So let's look for one of these beautiful apartments. So let's use this one. Copy the link and paste it here. So now inside there, the name of this is Las Terras Villa 3. Okay, so that's the name of the apartment. Okay, the next thing you want is, number of room is two bedrooms. Total number of rooms, please. 3 beds, 2 bedrooms, 4 guests. Okay, so it's 2 bedrooms basically. So we can use that number of rooms to be 2. The location is, this is location here. So we can use that as a location. El Salobre, Spain. Yeah, great one. So the price is $350 per night. How much would that be in ETH? So we can say it should be about, it's not up to 1 ETH though, but for our own use cases, we can say something like 2.6 ETH. Okay, and then you feature some description, Okay, you can just, get this information. Copy that, come here and paste. Great. Lastly, the images now. So the images, how we do that, you copy this first one, copy that image address, you paste in here, and then you click add. Okay, you come copy the next one, image address, click add. Okay, copy this image address, paste, add, copy this image address, click add, and lastly copy this image address. We only need 5. Click add. You see that button disappears because it's telling you that you've come to the maximum. So you click on add and you see all the information. So the total amount you're spending is around 3.26 because of gas fees and all of that. Okay, so apart from that, you can see I've created that successfully, and this is it right now. Although this is the date that it was created, and this is the price per night. This is the price for this one per night as well. Okay, maybe we can make a little bit of a modification with the name here to make sure that people don't. You can do that in the form by enforcing a certain rule to ensure that you don't go beyond a certain size of name for the heading. Okay, so when we open this, you can see that it looks just the same as the original one here. So this is pretty cool. You can see the price per night and all of that. So this is amazing. In the next part of this video, we're going to start performing booking, you understand? Because right now, this doesn't have any booking. If you check, you don't see any booking. So we'll start making bookings in the next video. All right, so to create, to make bookings, we need to come back to that blockchain service. Okay, and we'll write a code to help us create book apartments, okay? But before that, we need to write a code that will help us to delete an apartment, okay? So that we'll know that we're done with all the apartment, management functions. So I'm going to copy this line, create update apartment, change this to delete apartment. That is what we're calling here. All of this, we don't even need that. And of course, we don't need to pass the entire thing. All we need is an ID. The ID of the apartment. Okay, and at the end, that is just all we need to do, So this function enables us to create to delete an apartment. So we can save that and come here, because currently when we click on this edit apartment, it takes us to the page where we edit, but this delete, you see it warns us, but nothing happens basically. Okay, so I'm just going to refresh it, nothing happens. So that is what we want to work on. So I'm not going to delete this freshly created account. So I want to delete maybe something like this, maybe one of these. That is the one I'm going to delete. Let me see, this one doesn't have any booking, so I'm going to delete this one. So for me to delete that, I will make sure that I log in first with the right account. Okay, so I want to switch to this account here, this one. Again, let's create this. Okay, let's switch to this particular account here. Let me just look at something. Hope. All right. Okay. All right. So let me come back here. So I need to connect this wallet again. Sign in. So this is the wallet I'm signing in, and I have the ability to delete. So let's delete this apartment. So copy this function that is part of here. We come to, where's the component that enables us to do this? Actions is the action component. And in the action component, we can just, do the same thing that we've done before. In the action component, you're using the navigation router, and you're checking. Let me see where we're using this. Okay. You are checking if, because we're using a confirmation, resource of the browser to make sure that this person wants to delete this apartment, this owner. If this person approves, we call on this delete apartment, function here, and we don't need an asynchronous one. This is a TX, and we want to log out the message. Sorry. Okay, you want to log out this transaction, and of course you want to resolve with transaction as well. So you want to push this to the home page after a successful deletion, and then you just want to, that's just it. Okay, but you want to make sure that you import this, this provision, import it from, services / that blockchain. All right, so we have it there together. So you save this. Okay, you save this here, and let's perform a deletion. Let's see. So this account, let's perform delete. Are you sure? Yeah, and this is popping up. Hold on, I probably would need to refresh this. So it's done refreshing. So let's perform that deletion and see. So MetaMask is launching. Computer is slowing down, but it must come forth. Man. So this is one of the reasons why blockchain is kind of really heavy, and you need a good computer to run this. But this is a good slow. So let me click on confirm here. Okay, so that was successful and it's moving me into the home page. Man, that is super slow. So it's moving me. After this part, I'm gonna just refresh this computer. Okay, at least you can see that the other one is gone. So with that said, I will do what I wanted to do initially in the next part of this video. Okay, so see you then. All right, so at this point, let's book an apartment, close all these things, and let's just say apartment management, MGT, accomplished or added. Okay, so now we want to write another service, another feature, and this is going to be called book apartments. The book apartment is going to be a little bit different, little changes different, compared to the ones that we having before. And before we even go there are some things that we had not done at the very beginning, which in this case is our Redux. You see, after creating Redux, we only just wrap it around our application. Okay, we did not do anything about it. The thing is that there's a major place that want to use Redux, and which is in this room, this single room. You see all this data coming from this. We want to onboard them into our Redux store first before we can display them here. So if we don't do that, we will not enjoy some real-time activities that we want to implement. So we want to make that a reality. So how do we do that? We get dispatch, let's just do this const dispatch. We're getting it from use router. Okay, so want that the use router is coming from not use router, come on, use dispatch. Okay, it's coming from React Redux. See where it's important, it is imported right there. So okay, what else do we want? We want the use selector. Say const use selector. No, that is not how we do it. So we're just gonna do use selector from React Redux as well. Okay, and in this use selector, I want to grab the state. Okay, and in this state, I want to go to this state dot the global state. So I want to access the global state. Okay, this would have been wonderful if we have like TypeScript. It would have really helped us with IntelliSense and type checking and all of those things to make sure that we're getting the right thing. Okay, so you can see, let's make some changes. First of all, this apartment, we are loading them in this variable called apartment timestamp and review. We want these things to be coming straight from Redux. But before we do that, we want to use use effect to grab this data. So we want to say use effect, which is from React. We want to use that to store the data on the blockchain. On our Redux store. So we want to say dispatch a function. We want to dispatch a function, but the functions are not yet available. So let's get them available. Say const, I'm going to call this global actions. We have this thing called global actions. Okay, so this is where all this is going to be coming from. It doesn't automatically import for you, but there in global action, we can import it here. Say import global action, from, you can say /store /global slices, not action, global slices. Okay, what we're getting there is global actions. So that is where we're importing it. So global action will give us access to, things such as, setting an apartment, set apartment. Okay, if you don't know where this is, all right, look at this place. This is where our actions are. This is global slice. This is the global state. This is the global actions. Okay, so we are utilizing all these functions that we created with Redux, on the onset. Please pay attention here. These two things, they need to change. This should get apartment, not apartment. Okay, and the one that we are looking for is this singular one, get apartment. Okay, and you want to use that. You also want to use timestamp as well. You want to say the timestamp, which is this one, set timestamp. Okay, we use that to set this, and reviews. Okay, that one is going to be called set reviews here. You take that, you add that there. Okay, so what else do we need? So for now, let's work with those. Okay, so we're dispatching this set apartment, and what are we dispatching? We want to set this data, this apartment data, so we're not going to need this anymore. What about that address? We can now get it from here, apartment. Okay, so this is step 1. Step 2 is do the same for this timestamp and the review. So we're going to do that as well, timestamp, and you want to set it with this timestamp data. Okay, and you want to remove this one, and you want to do the same here. Okay, do the same here, and you want this review to be coming from here, and timestamp to be coming from here as well. So this data, review data, we want to use it here. Okay, and we also want to do for security fee, because up to now we haven't done for security fee. So this is security fee, set security fee, and you come here, you include it here. No, not there. Include it here, set security fee, and then you just change this to this. Okay, you also want to do, I think that should be all. That should be all of those components that you want to work on. So you want to make these things a dependency here. Dispatch, set apartment, set timestamp. You want to set review. These are various dependencies that this has. Set security fee. Security fee is not really such a big dependency. Okay, so, and you also want to set these ones too. This one's coming from the chain. You want to set it there as well. Okay, and this timestamp, and obviously the reviews as well. Review data. So these are the items that you want to use to set this as a dependency. And at this point, we are now getting this data from the Redux directly, and not from the information coming straight from this server side, which is here. Okay, so let's test that all these operations are working effectively. So let's save that and check a singular apartment, refresh it. So when you refresh it, you see that everything seems to work exactly the same way, and data are being put in the store. No much of a hassle. There is something that I would like to bring to your attention, which is you see we have a modal here, a component called review, add review. Okay, why it's not showing currently? Because if we come here, this scale is just 0. Let me change that to 100. You see we have a component that helps us to add review, and there's a button that is provided for people that will add review only if you're qualified. You won't see that if you're not a qualified member. So this button here, we need to make it part of Redux system. All right, so we need to be able to manipulate that from our Redux. So currently now we can do this. We can include that function here. We can come here and say set reviews. You come here, where is that? Set reviews. No, not set reviews, set review mode. Okay, this one here. You want to add it here. So you set review mode, and you want to create a function that helps us to set that review modal. So this is this function, handle review open. I'm going to update it with this. What it simply does is to swap this. But what's the point of putting just one line of code in a function? Instead, you want to go to the location where it is being used. Where are you? Let's search for it. Handle open review. So here, I'm just going to come here and run that in one line. So we don't need to do that. So this scales it to 100. All right. See this drop review. Currently, I want to make it visible because afterward, I'm going to put a good criteria around it. So at this point, what you want to do is you want to get that, the state of that review mode. You want to get the state of it. We don't want to be reading it from here. Rather, we want to read it from here. So I'm going to remove this one here. I'll remove all this as well. And I'm going to come here to the state here, and come to review modal, copy that, and come here and change it. So I want to also import this use selector because it's important. If I don't, error shows up. And okay, at this point, so this is now reading from the blockchain straight up. So let's save that and see how it goes. So you see that this particular link is available. When I click on it, you see it shows up, but I can't yet close it. I need to feature that as well. So to get that, going, I will have to come here, copy this line of code, come to this add modal. Whenever we close the modal, you should run this dispatch function. Okay, and of course I'm going to need to grab this. So to grab that, I can grab it from this where are you? So this is where I can grab it from. Okay, so I'm going to copy that line, come here, paste. I'm going to remove bulk of this, except the only one that we need, which is the set modal. Okay, then I'm going to import this global action. You get that? So this is where we're importing it. Please make sure you pay attention to those import locations. And when you close modal, it should be scaled down to 0, not 100. So at this point, let's save that and see how it goes on the browser now. So with Redux now, we can do this and we can do that. Oops. So it's in dispatch. We have not created that. So we need to add dispatch here. We want to say const dispatch, or is equal to use dispatch. Okay, so we've imported that. So let's save that and run that again. So we say this, close that, everything works smoothly. Fantastic. So now let me revert this so that only qualified, people can, add an apartment. Okay, so only qualified people can add an apartment. I'm going to uncomment this and this. All right, so save this. You can see that is gone. So the qualified one is reading from this qualified review and checking if it includes this specific wallet address, and if it doesn't include it. So this is the integral part and the most important part that we needed Redux to be part of, and we've accomplished it now. This is great. So in the next part of this video, we are going to now start booking apartments. All right, so it's time that we all right, so it's time that we start performing booking. We've not been doing booking. Now it's time for us to be able to book an apartment. So to book an apartment, I'll first start by committing this. I'll say included Redux in single room, single apartment page. And then we synchronize. Okay, so this is good. Now let's close out everything and start from. Okay, now look at this. We want to be able to click here and select date, and we'll select how many days we want to be in that room. Let's say 3 days, and then you book those 3 days. So that is what we want to achieve. Okay, in order to achieve, I need to then book, but this is not functional yet. Okay, so just take note of that. That is not functional yet. Let's do that. So do that. I want you to come to this blockchain services, and inside of that blockchain service, we're going to create another endpoint, not endpoint function. Okay, a function that helps us to book an apartment. All right, so in that function, we're going to require that we have. So we want the apartment ID, the timestamps of those days that we want to book, and the amount that we are booking. Okay, and the amount that we use in booking. Okay, so these are the information that we need to be able to book an apartment. And of course, to book an apartment, we need this set of code. We can just copy this whole thing here and paste, but we'll work here. This is where our workings, we proceed. So we need a function called book apartment, and you're passing in the ID. I don't except this thing is coming as. For now, I don't really see any use of putting them in an object. So let them be plain right there. So the timestamp, because if you look at these right now, this book apartment, you see that it takes in basically two parameters, the apartment ID and the timestamps of the dates that you want to book, okay, that you've selected. So that is where this one is going. And since this is a payable function, you need the msg.value. That is where the amount is coming from. And there is some calculation that went through, on that side. So, we are ensuring that calculation comes in with the right value. So the timestamp we go in here is an array of, timestamps, and then we have this value thing, and we pass in the amount. But you know that this amount has to be in a WE format. Okay, so when this is successful, we're going to have to wait for it, of course, for it to be successful. And once the transaction has been confirmed in the chain, we want to proceed with the next form of action. And the next form of action is to grab the new date, the book date. Okay, we want to grab the book date and make it available and block it off. Or maybe I should do this one step at a time. Let me show you first. So let's stop here first and come here, export this. I'll show you one step at a time while we're doing this. Okay, so come to this pages, room, and this room ID. Okay, let's look for that component. It's called the calendar component. That is the component that we are working with, this calendar component. Sorry, where are you? Yeah, here. This calendar component, this is where we gotta work with. Okay, please take note here. This timestamp for this calendar component is we use it to block off, timestamps or dates that has already been booked, so that the calendar will not open up those spaces anymore. You understand that? So I'm going to do this right now. I'm going to uncomment this. This is book apartment. Okay, I see why I actually pass it as an object. It doesn't really matter. Let me just take it back as an object. Here, what is happening here is called destructuring. So now we have this book apartment, and this book apartment it comes with 3 parameters. One is the apartment ID, okay, and the timestamp, which is an array of all the dates, you understand, that has been booked. Okay, so this is an array, and we just looped through each one of them and added, so we added like 1 day to it, you understand? So we had like, when you're pushing in days in between the starting day and the ending days, so you want to just, stack up, days in between them. So let's say you're selecting from Monday to Friday. So between that Monday to Friday, we loop through it, okay, and just stack up one day, a timestamp for each one of those days, and then stack it up, into that array. So that is what is happening here, okay. So, and then we make sure that it's available here, okay. Yeah. So once it's available here, here is what we are doing. We're calculating the price. Apartment has a price listing, and you want to multiply it by the total number of days that was booked, okay? And then you also get the percentage that the security fee, with the percentage we're charging this person for the security fee for each one of those days. Okay, so that is just all. Then we add it up to their entire bill. Of course, this security fee, this person is going to receive it back, okay, once they check in. So for each day that they check in, they're going to receive the quota of security fee for that day, like that, until they are done, okay? So at the end, we are passing this as a parameter into this book params. Let's make sure that we import it. It's imported, book params, okay, it's imported. So we have that there, and at the end, you just want to reset that form, okay, and resolve. This is going to come with a transaction reference, so you can resolve that by just logging it off. Afterward, you log it off, and then you resolve with that transaction, TX, not TZ. Okay, so this is in good standing now. Let's test it out and ensure that this is actually working. So right here, you see I'm not the owner of this apartment, and if we check this apartment, there is no booking yet on it. So I'll come here. I want to book for the 17th, okay, the 15th and 16th of January. So I select, 15th as a start date. If I want 1 day, I could still, end here, but I want 2 days booking. So I click on book, and MetaMask is triggered. See, look, this is 2.6 per night, 2.6 ethers per night. So if you multiply that by 2, that will be 5.2 ethers per night. You see, now we have 0.26 ethers added as the security fee, so that this person doesn't just abandon us and we don't get anything out of it. So we click confirm, and you can see that this has been booked successfully. There's something I want to show you here. You see, the days that I've booked is still available and somebody can still select it. But although it's not available, but it's because I am not doing that whole Redux thing where I grab the fresh new dates that are available and load it up, and if there is any of those timestamps that have been booked, those places should be blocked. So let me refresh this thing and see how it goes. So on refreshing, you can see that those 2 dates has been blocked out because those 2 days have been booked. This is what we want to do at real time. We don't need to refresh. We don't want to refresh before we see that in action. But if you come here and check, you see that these are the 2 dates that have been booked, and you can come here and click check-in to check-in, you understand? And you click refund if you want to have that particular one refunded to you. But of course, you're going to lose your security fee with that. So we'll come back to that part. Let's fix this little bug that we have here. It's not a bug, but it's something we ignored intentionally. Now, come here, say const book date or booked date. Let's call it booked date is equal to await get booked dates for this apartment. And when it comes structured, so we don't need any hassle about it. So after this, we want to put this, update it in the Redux, okay? Because if you come here, look at this set timestamp. This has been loaded in Redux. Whenever this page is loaded, we just put it in Redux. So we're just going to update this Redux place so that that record we reflect in any other places that it's being used. And to do that, you want to grab this function. You want to say const destructuring. It's called a global action coming from global slices. And then the one you're looking for is set timestamps. Okay. Now you have set timestamps there. You come here, and under here you can say that store. You remember this is store. Since this is not, we can't use dispatch here. We can't do use dispatch. Those are React hook, components. React hooks that works with React components. Sorry, but this is not a React component. This is just a JavaScript file. You understand that? A script. So I'm going to use this store and then call on, there's a dispatch method in here. I'll do this set timestamps and then just say this book date. I'll update that with this book dates here. Okay, so with this, whenever I'm booking an apartment, everything should update at real time. So once this is refreshed, let's book one spot and see. I'm going to book a spot for the 27th of January. So I'm going to book only one day, start day, end that day. So pay for it. Yep, we pay for it, including security fee. Confirm, an apartment has been booked. Let's check in here and see. You can see that this has been booked. You understand? This is the beauty of using Redux along with blockchain. It just makes things perfect. You understand? In comparison to just using, barebone refreshing method and all of that, it doesn't give the best user experience. So this is great. Now, in the next part of this tutorial, we're going to come here and we're going to start, checking out some buttons such as canceling button, refunding button, and claim fund button. Those 3 functions, we're going to work on it in the next part of this video. I wanted to show you something. If I change my wallet address, I'm the one that booked this, but let's say I switched my wallet address to the owner of this, you see that this also changes. I'm not allowed to do this. You understand? So the owner of this platform the one that booked that apartment, only his account, only his bookings will be permitted for him to operate on. So I just wanted to put it out there. Let's do refund. Let's do check-in. Okay, to check in, we want to do something similar here. We're going to duplicate this function, call it check-in apartment. In checking in apartment, you need, let's look at it from this place, from the contract. To check in an apartment, you need the check-in ID, okay, and not only that, you also need the booking ID as well. You need the apartment ID and the booking ID. Those two are what you need to check in. All right, so we do this, changes to check-in, and for here, we're going to just need an apartment ID, and not this timestamp, we'll come back to it. So apartment ID, and we want to say booking ID, and we want to remove this, this other one, because this is not a payable function. So unsuccessfully performing this, we needed to load this, but I'm going to come back to this later. Let's just comment out these 2 lines of code and make this available. Let's hook it up and see what we're doing. So save that, come to this, not, is it? Let's look for the place where we check in. Okay, it's not this page. It should be in this booking page. So inside this booking page, this is where we want to be, this booking component here. Okay. So in this booking component, this is where we want to be. Okay, so let's come here. Look at this check-in function. So we're going to uncomment this handle check-in. Let's make sure we import this from blockchain service. So we're passing in the booking apartment ID and then the booking ID. Those are the 2 information we're passing in, and you need to pass those 2 information, and then at the end you just log off what we did on the console and resolve. Okay, so it's this simple. Let's save it and check it out. Okay, so let's check in the one of Tuesday, if it will allows. Okay, you see that when you're checking in, we did not automatically get the fresh list of bookings, so that it will contain, if it is booked, it will show that it is booked. Right now I have to refresh this before I could see the impact of what I did. You see that checked in, great. So I have to make that modification here in order to have it reflect. Note that the first time I got this book date, but I'm not getting book date this time around. I'm getting, bookings. You understand? Not book dates, but bookings. Okay, so I'm going to get all the bookings. Call these bookings. All right, so I'll come here and say set. Also need set bookings with S. All right, so and in this place, I want to say set bookings. All right, and this is the bookings that was set in here. Sorry, here. So at this point, when I save this, and let's say I check in into this other apartment here, confirm. Oops. Checked in. Okay, that didn't quite reflect, and we need to know why. Okay, the reason why it didn't work out or show up like that immediately was because we did not intercept this data that is coming in from this server side. We did not cache it into the the Redux store that we had created. So we need to do that again now. So what you need to do, the first step, we need to say const dispatch. I want to say equal to use dispatch. So I need dispatch. I also need, not only dispatch but selector. I want to say const use selector. Okay, a selector will hold states and state. We're calling the state.global states. You understand? So we're going to use this just a little bit from now. So you want to use effect to so we're using use effect to grab. When we're grabbing this, there's still some things I'm missing here. So for example, I'll need some function. I want to dispatch. So dispatch set. Want to say, look, apartment will want to cache these two data, apartment and bookings data, into the blockchain, into what's it called, our store. So we need the function responsible for assisting us do this. All right. So these functions are inside of this global actions, and we can get these global actions from, say, import from the store. So from the store slash, I think we should just look at one of these because we've done something like that before here. So we can just copy this line here. Okay, so I'm going to replace that here. So global action, and I'm going to need set apartment and also set bookings. Okay, I'm going to need these two actions. Okay, and set apartment. Okay, you want to pass in this data in here. Okay, you want to do the same for set bookings, and you want to what? Do the same here, set bookings. Okay, but you want to also make sure that some things are a dependency here, such as this dispatch, this set apartment data, set bookings, and set bookings data. So these things want them to be part of the dependency clause. So now instead of doing this, assigning it to this apartment, we want it to be gotten from the store instead. You understand? Then I can remove these ones. So at this point, I refresh this, save this, and check out that everything works. So I'm going to refresh this to see that everything is working. Okay, so everything is working. So let me perform check-in again, and let's see how it works this time. Confirm. You see that checked in at real time. That is the beauty right there of involving Redux in your blockchain work blockchain projects. It's just fantastic. I like what I'm seeing. All right, so this is great. Now, in the next part of this video, I'm going to show you for refund. You understand? All right, so let's do that in the next video. All right. If we check the balance of this guy, you can see that his balance kept increasing because things are checking in is happening and money is just flowing. You understand that? So take note of that whole thing, that the money is being transferred as we had programmed it to be. So we want to come back to this apartment. Not this one. This is our. Wait, is this our apartment? Okay, this is the one we're talking about. So let's book, on the 29th. You understand? Let's book that 29. confirm. All right, so now here, I want to ask for a refund on this one. So we need to write this function because it's not yet here. So let's come to, I'm going to close here and here. Come to this function here that we just finished writing. I want you to duplicate this exact function. We'll call it refund apartment. Refund booking. Okay. In refunding booking, you need the booking ID and you need the apartment ID. So you need all that information. So let's come here. The function that we're calling is where the difference lies, because those two functions they behave the same. Refund apartment and a check-in apartment, they receive this exactly the same kind of data. So I'm just gonna change this. That is all I'm gonna do about this function, and then I'll make it available for use here. So I'm gonna save it, then come here. You can see right here I have on that function called refund booking. Okay, refund booking, it takes the booking ID and exactly the same thing here. So I could just update this record here. So we have all this. Okay, so save that, and all this are already attached to various functions here, so you don't have to worry here. Okay, for this tenant view, there is tenant view, there is also a regular view. Okay, so all right, so that's the only view basically. So let's come here again. So let's perform the refund. Okay, this is the handle refund function. So let's come here and click refund. Oops. So it's saying refund booking is not defined. That's because I've not imported it. Okay, we needed to import it here. So say this, nope, refund booking. All right. This is why I like TypeScript. TypeScript is just awesome in detecting all these little nitty-gritty errors. So you click on refund, and now you need to confirm this, and you see cancelled. Now I want to make a little bit of a difference here, because this cancelled and this check-in, they're having the same color. I want to give cancelled like orange, that dark red. So that is better to differentiate them. Okay, so this is how you check in and cancel. We can also just say refunded, because they kind of have like similar naming, and we don't want to confuse people. Refunded, great. So what about, let's make another booking. Okay, let's book again one more time. Okay, let's say we book, I'm just gonna book like 12th and 13th. So I'm gonna book that date, confirm. So I'll come here. See, before you can see that this was not enabled, but now it has been enabled because I have checked in multiple times into this building, so I know this building. Okay, so I'm a qualified customer to place a review. Otherwise, I would not be seeing any review. Okay, that is just what is going on there. Okay, so I'm going to come to this. So I have these two apartment here. By the way, anybody can see the apartments they can see the bookings of people, but they cannot know who the persons they are, because everything is represented by wallet address. Okay, so I'm going to switch to the owner of this platform. Okay, here. So this is the owner of this platform. This status, I want to change them to something like blue. Okay, because I want the booked to be something like blue. So I'm going to change this to blue to have a little difference. Okay, let there be difference. All right, so booked. You understand that? So this one is refunded, booked. So among all this this is if this person is if this tenant is the owner. Okay, this is for tenants. The tenant will be able to see this button. The tenant will also be able to see this button. Okay, what about the owner of this? Anybody can see this particular one. Okay, so we want like a function that we can include, one extra function that we can include that will only be shown to the owner of this apartment. Okay, the owner of this apartment. So how we're gonna reference this? So if the owner, how do we get the owner again? This is the account. Where is the owner? The owner is the address, the current address. Okay. So this part that we're trying to bring in is unscripted. So trying to find a better way of doing this. Okay, so let's pass in the specific apartment along here because we need the detail there. So we want to say apartment, and this apartment we need to come to this booking. You know that in booking we have access to apartment data. So this apartment data, this apartment right here, we want to pass it as a parameter in here. I thought we had it. Okay, it was never received on this end, but now I have it passed in. So it has always been here. Okay, so apartment. I'm going to receive the apartment here. You can see booking, and we're coming to this booking component. In this booking component, we want to set up one more button. So this button will only be active if, let's duplicate this. If this owner is equal to apartment, you know what? I want to change anywhere that I found this owner. I want to change it to current user. Okay, I want to call it current user. Okay, that is much more precise to what it is. Okay, so we want to pass in this apartment as well as a parameter here. We want to pass it as the apartment owner, quarter one owner. Okay, so it's a little bit different from the ones that we've been having. So this owner here is going to be this apartment dot owner, because that is the key for an apartment owner, and we can verify that by looking at the structured apartment. You can see owner here. All right, so we write. So this owner now, let's come here and say if the current user is equal to the owner. Okay, if the current user is equal to the owner and it is not cancelled, and it is not checked in, it's not cancelled, it's not checked in, is not checked, and also, hold on here, I'm still trying to wrap my head about what we're doing. Okay, so this is going to be open only to the apartment owner. Okay, so it's not cancelled, it's not, is not checked in. All right, so there's one more parameter that we're going to add, one more condition. So we want to call this button, let's call it what? Claim fund. Okay, and this should be green. You understand? Something like green, or we can say cyan. Let's call it green, please. So we save that. Let's check it out on the console. Okay, we don't have. Okay, look at this claim fund. But this particular claim fund, we only want it to be active when the duration is over. You understand? The duration is over. Like you can see this timestamp now. Okay. And I want you to see the condition which we designed in the smart contract that we can use this claim fund. The condition was that the current time, this book date must be less than the current time. That is to say that if I come here, I need to add a condition here saying, booking dot date, okay, which is a timestamp, dot date is less than date dot now, okay, which is a JavaScript way of getting the current time. So this is a lot of condition. If I save this, this is going to disappear now. This should disappear, okay, because that condition is not there. It hasn't been met. So before we start working on this part, I'm going to just comment this out and just say for now. Okay, so right now, this is what we have. Okay, I'm going to come back to this later. And I want to hook up a function to this called claim fund. And this function is just simple. I don't think we've done it before. So let's look at how it is. It takes in exactly the same information as the other. So we can easily just duplicate these functions that we've been writing before. So I'm just going to duplicate this and call this, claim fund. Let's copy the name, claim funds. Okay, and the function claim fund. That is all I need to do here. Okay, I'm just going to save that. Close this, and this. Okay, so there we go. We save that. Come to this place. You also need to duplicate this function, one of these functions. We can just duplicate this one and say handle. We say handle fund reclaim. Okay, handle fund reclaim, and then we just pass this function here and make sure that we are also importing this function here. Okay. Okay. Now I say fund reclaimed successfully. Funds reclaimed successfully once it is successfully executed. And then I want to add this as part of the functions that I'm passing in. Okay, so now this should be available here for me. See the way I call it. So if I come here, I should be able to say, handle fund reclaim. Okay, handle fund reclaim. Okay, so yeah, we do that. So we save this and we refresh. I just want to click on it, and it's not going to work out because the time is not, the time has not exhausted. That date has not gotten there, but I just want to put it there so that it will be part of this build. Okay, it's not going to allow you to work on it. It's going to have this error, this warning. They say not allowed, booking date not exceeded, because the time is not yet there. So if I click on claim refund, because I'm the owner of this post, I should be the owner. Yeah. If not, MetaMask will not even show me anything. So assign in. So this is the owner of this apartment that people have been booking. So if I say I want to claim this, you see that the date has not yet reached. Okay, the expiration date, the date which this person is supposed to check in. This date has to pass at least by 1 day before you'll be able to reclaim it. See, it's telling me what execution reverted, not allowed, booking date not exceeded. So it has not exceeded that booking date. So that is one of the reasons why I just put it up here, but I'm just going to put this extra condition, okay, to ensure that it is not activated, okay, to ensure that it's not activated until, this date, this condition is met, which is the date which this person is booking, okay, is less than, is less than the current date. So the date that this person is booking is less than the current date. So that means it's no longer in the future, it is in the past now. Then you can claim funds at that point. So let's save that, and this should go back to its normal position. All right, so there you have it. So that is how you claim fund. You claim fund. You book apartments. You check into an apartment. You ask for refund. Those are the parameters that are part of this. So in the next part of this video, I'm going to show you how to drop review, add review, and get all your review. I think that is like the last part that we need to feature into this tutorial, and then we'll be done. So I'll see you in the next video. So to add a review, let's go back to this post. Okay, I'm the owner of this post, so this is not, I'm not permitted to drop a review. So I'm going to come here and switch to an account, a guest account. This person has this person has done some good works by booking. All right, so this person is qualified to drop a review. Okay, so now that we have this up here, I want you to come to here. I'm going to just say let me just do some git stuff here. Say check in, refund, and reclaim funds. Okay, those are the things that I did. Yeah, synchronize. I'm done basically with this. So let's come here. We need to write a function that will help us to create not an apartment, but to create a review. All right. So at the bottom here, I'll call it create review. You can also call it add review, anyone that you want. And a review, for you to write a review, you need the apartment ID, and you need the comment that you want to say, as you write the review. And you get the contract, of course. And once you get a contract, I want to go back to this place, the smart contract, and look for that function, which is called add review. I guess we'll just use that same name, add review here, and say add review. If you check here, it needs an apartment ID and a comment as well. And one of the things that it will scrutinize you is if you had booked this apartment before you can drop a review. If not, it will not allow you. So for sure, we have already booked this apartment, so we should be good to go. So at this point, I'm just going to pass in the apartment ID and also going to pass in the comment. All right, so straighten these two things. So once this is confirmed, it's created, and that is it. So I'm going to change this to add review as well. And at this point, let's make it an exportable member. Then we come to this component called add review. This is where it is. I'm going to uncomment this. Okay, what am I uncommenting? I want to make sure that I import this first from blockchain service. So it's been imported. So you need the room ID. The room ID is basically the apartment ID, so there is no difference. Okay, a review text. The review text is the comment. So I could change this review text. I could change that to set comment and set comment. Okay, and I want to change this to comment. Okay, so that is a lot better. Okay, so at this point, what I want to do is, at this point, we can just say close modal here. Okay, so close modal, reset form, want to log out this transaction, close the modal, reset the form, and resolve. So review submitted successfully. You understand? That is just the breakdown of things that will take place when you want to write a review. So at this point, we're good to drop a review, and we can say awesome apartment. I and my wife attended, lodged into that apartment last year. Boom. Okay, so this is a good comment. It's almost too real, but it's not really real. Okay. So you say submit. Let's see what's going on. You see, I've been prompted to submit this, and let's submit this, and it says submitted. But you see that this is not listed here. It's not shown because of that whole Redux thing. Because when I refresh this right now, and this is fully loaded, you see that that comment will be part of that. So you see that that comment has always been there. So we want to add that little criteria to cause this to refresh at real time. To be loaded at real time. So let's come here and to the blockchain service. One of the things we want to do is come to this global action and say set reviews. Okay? In the set reviews, what I want you to do is to come to like this part. I'm going to copy this part here, and I will put it here. So now I want to get reviews, and in getting reviews you need to pass the apartment ID. So I'll call this reviews. All right, and then once I grab the reviews, I want to set the reviews, and I pass these reviews into it. So by doing this little adjustment, this will then be showing you data at real time as you make new comments. So I'm just going to still create a dummy comment again to fulfill all righteousness. Let me just refresh this to make sure that update applies. So I will say here, I need to say this again, or I say you need to try this. They even have the latest hot tub, the latest swimming pool, intact or installed. Okay, so let's submit this. Watch, we only had one. Confirm, and you can see that happening at real time. This is really, really beautiful. Okay, there is a little bit of some, things that you can add, you can do additionally to improve how things are listed here, because I notice that is one thing that is pretty consistent, is that this is not ordered properly. You understand? We want the most recent comment to be at the top. So we can easily solve that problem by introducing a sorting algorithm. So for example, this review here, it has a timestamp. Okay, so I want to sort this review by timestamp. So the recent timestamp stays at the top. If I do that and save, refresh, you see how the latest timestamp stays at this one, the latest post stays at the top, and also for this place, you can see the way this is currently is. It's well to an extent, but you can see that this Friday is January 12th and this is January 29th. This has to be well ordered. So for us to order it, we can still come to this structured booking and paste this here, save it and see how it will rearrange this. Okay, see the way it's now arranged according to, oh god, Am I doing that correctly? Oh, this doesn't have, okay, this have a date, so we have to sort it according to the date, okay, not timestamp. So say date here. All right, so let's see that. So you can see how this has been sorted according to the date. Okay, so the, it starts from the least to the highest. So we want to swap this whole arrangement, we want to reverse it. So we want B, and then we say A here. Okay, so that is the order. By doing that, this 12 should be at the top, and let's refresh again. Okay, that didn't work out. Okay, so if I still keep it this way, and then I say dot reverse, reversal, I think that is a method in JavaScript to swap the order of an array. Is it reverse or reversal? Am I making a mistake? Reverse, like that. Is it like this? Okay, you can see that now. So we have 12, 13, 15. Now, that is exactly what we want. Okay, so we've been able to crush that. And lastly, one more thing. Currently, you can see that this older building, this new recent building is the one that is least, and this newest one is the one that is least. We want to also sort that order as well. So to sort that, you can come to apartment, and then you just paste this. This has a timestamp, so it's going to be well sorted now. The recent is going to be at the top. Okay, there we have it. Okay. Is there any more thing that we're missing here? I think we've been able to create, delete, edit, show different kinds of data, book apartment, refund apartment, claim fund, checking into apartment, and see the bookings and all of those sort of things. So basically, this is all the components that you need to perform a decentralized house rental system. So one last thing that we need to do before we conclude this course is to actually come to, I'm going to end this, okay, it's already ended. I'm closing this particular terminal. I want to switch to the main one. Okay, in the main terminal, I want to come to this blockchain service. You see, we have this Bitfinity configuration. So I'm going to copy this configuration that you see right here. Okay, when I copy it, close this. I want you to switch to that YouTube starter again. Open that. You see that they are not the same. Okay, first of all, I want to remove this polygon, this Sepolia, and we just want to use Bitfinity, Haddad, and Mainnet. Okay, so right here, I'm going to paste this. Okay, after pasting, I'm going to add this here. Just a moment, we need to look how it's actually written. So now we've opened this, let's see how it is on the main branch. So on the main branch, okay, we don't need to import much, so let's come back. So right here, I want you to paste that Bitfinity chain. We're going to remove this polygon and Sepolia. Then we use Bitfinity. Okay. And also, let's remove this here. So we have this. Okay, great. So these makeups, these are the information I use to have a Bitfinity chain properly configured. So for example, this is the chain ID for Bitfinity network. This is the name. This is the, this is the network, and this is the icon URL, the background, native currency, the RPCs, and the block explorer, and the testnet. So these are the configuration that you use for a unique chain that is not found among the ones that comes, with WAGMI chains. Okay. So with that said, you can, boot up this thing. Let's come back here. So we have, okay, we didn't have those scripts set up, so we can set up this script this way. We want to say this will be blockchain. So you want to say yarn hard node. Okay, so you want this, and you want another one called deploy. Okay, yarn hard run scripts / deploy.js. And lastly, you want another one that is just called seed, right? So this is seed. Okay, so we have all this going. So you can do yarn blockchain here. Come on, blockchain. All right, and let's run again. Yarn deploy and yarn seed and yarn dev. So we're running those series of code all at once. So you deploy the smart contract, after deploying the smart contract, it seeds in the fake data online, and then after that it starts up the browser. Okay, so I'm gonna bring this here. Okay, so we're loading it up so that you can see that chain. That's the only reason why I'm starting up this thing again. Okay, so this is, sometimes this thing gets slow to compile. All right, so we're waiting for it to compile, and then it will free us. Okay, so everything is loaded up. You can see that we have those three chain there, and you can even decide to switch to Bitfinity if you want. You get it? So that's it for now. Everything is running slow, so you can just switch to that chain because it's already there. So this is pretty fantastic, right? That is basically the only part that I wanted to show you in this conclusive part of this project. All right, so let's see you in the next course. So we've actually crushed another tutorial out of this series. We have 2 more to go. This is amazing. I like the energy right now. So this is deep level stuff here. You've seen how we created the smart contracts, the logic behind them, and how we integrated it together with the front end, how we use Redux to harmonize data transmission, data storage, data reflection, all those things. We package them together. That is amazing skills right there that you can use in building your decentralized application. And please remember, that we still have other tutorials. You can check out the last one, the previous one, if you haven't watched that. That is when that one we built another one of the awesome crowdfunding system with Next.js. Please check it out as well. Okay, please do not forget, we are currently doing some giveaways in our channel, and it's all centered on these it's all centered on the Bitfinity chain challenge. So what you're required to do is to look at the form in the description section below. The instruction, the video below has an instruction, so follow the instruction for each one of those phases. You have the chances of winning a book, winning a subscription to our channel for a month, to our dApp Mentors Academy, where you can access all our content for 1 month, or you can win the subscription for 3 months for free. So basically you can win all of these items. One person is able to win all of these items. So please partake of it. It is available. Don't tell me that you didn't partake of it, you did not have that. This is your opportunity to get these things, and after this season it's going to be off limit again. So please make sure that you're part of those benefiting from this awesome challenge that is going on in our channel. So in the next video, I'm going to show you another key build, and this one is going to be called play to earn. So basically it's a gameplay, and it's going to be, it has a different feel, different design, and very beautiful as well. So we're going to do that in the next video. I actually enjoyed spending this time developing this thing and teaching you guys today. And if you like what you've studied, what you've learned, what you've built along, please smash that like and subscribe button for this channel. Okay, and comment. If you have questions, we have a Discord channel where you can drop your questions. So I'm grateful for this tutorial, and then I will see you in the next one. It's Darlington Gospel, and this is dApp Mentors.